All right, and we will see if we are live or not. Yes. All right, it's going good. Awesome. We are off to a good start. So, I'm just going to be talking about fantasy role-playing games and alternative histories. Alternative histories are not real, nor should they be taken as being real or put into a political context. So, before I say anything else, I'm going to post this disclaimer. So it is highly vital that you please read my disclaimer. Important disclaimer: the following is merely a discussion of alternative history and nothing else. So there's no politics, there's no religious stuff, there's nothing racist, there's no political points, nothing whatsoever like that is being discussed. The Warhammer 2 channel does not support any resort to violence nor exploitment of any vulnerable group or individuals. Some viewers may find this material to be inappropriate, particularly to those under 18. So I recommend only those that are over the age of 18 can view this following material, which I will read aloud, or out loud. This is merely a discussion in regards to alternative history and nothing else, meaning there are no politics whatsoever being discussed. There's no condolences to any political groups, whether it be on the right, on the left, or the center, or whatever. So, if you are under the age of 18, please do not watch this stream. If you have a history of any kind of mental illness, do not watch this stream. You can watch other videos on my channel, but I don't recommend that you watch the stream. I must also give a disclaimer that I am not a professional mental health professional. I am not a psychoanalyst. I am not a brain surgeon or doctor. I do not have a pharmacist prescription nor knowledge about pharmaceutical drugs in relation to anxiety, depression, bipolar, autism, schizophrenia, or epilepsy. I am not a psychoanalyst. I am not a mental health professional. I am not any of those things. I am not a psychiatrist. I am not a counselor. I have no, this is just a disclaimer, I don't have none of those, I don't have a degree in none of those professions. I am not a priest. I am not a deacon. If you need help, if you have any problems, you need to seek a professional to help you with this. All I am doing, period, is just talking about alternative history and nothing else. There is nothing political whatsoever about the following material I'm about to read. There is nothing religiously motivated about what I'm about to read. There is nothing whatsoever racist or xenophobic about what I'm about to read. All this is just fantasy lore, just me talking about what I love, you know, fantasy lore and alternative history. You know, what if things happen differently from the way that they went, and that's it, period. This is just purely alternative history, but some of this material may be perhaps a bit inappropriate for those that are under the age of 18. Especially if you are under the age of 15, please do not watch this stream. So I will post this in the chat. So there you go. All right. Now, once again, as I said before, please don't watch any of my material on this stream if you are under 18 or have a history of mental anxiety or depression, nor any kind of mental illness. It is recommended you don't view this stream. Everything I discuss here is merely fantasy roleplay and alternative history. It is also simply a form of art and nothing else. I denounce any type of violence or any means of the use of violence to attain any kind of political ends. Alright, so with that out of the way, I can finally get to the fun stuff. Okay, so Germans helped build America, and how has America repaid them? This is a book by Heinrich Paybrock, or Heinrich Paybrock. So I'm going to read through this bit by bit. There is also an archive of other interesting reading material if you are interested in watching this. Once again, please look at the live chat and please read carefully all that you see there before you watch any that I say. Please do not watch any of this if you are under the age of 18 or have any history of mental illness or any kind of suicidal tendencies, anxiety, or depression, nor any kind of mental illness, period. It is recommended that you don't view this. Everything that I discuss here is merely fantasy roleplay and alternative history. It is also simply a form of art and nothing else. This is not a political statement. We do not advocate violence on this channel. If you are attempting to perform an act of right-wing terrorism or a form of violence against a racial or ethnic minority, then you do so at your own behest, and understand that I have not encouraged you to do that. So we do not encourage anyone that watches this to do any kind of terrorist acts or any kind of acts of terrorism whatsoever. And if you do, you deserve to be prosecuted and put away accordingly, according to the law. If you have a history of mental illness, you need to be treated accordingly as is best prescribed by federal and state laws or any laws in your country in particular. Alright, so with that out of the way, I'm now going to talk about this book here, Germans Helped Build America and How Has America Repaid Them. This is from Fundamental Publishing House, 1999. This book was written by Heinrich Paybrock and was translated by Victor Doedon and published here with kind permission from the author. This is a translation of 2000 to 2019 by the Scriptorium. Currently, this book is out of print. I have no permission to actually read what is being put up in here. The author did not give me permission. However, I will go ahead and read it regardless anyways because it is in the public domain. To my knowledge, this book is in the public domain. It is available online for free. And I'm doing fair use. So fair use, no copyright infringement has been intended. If I am contacted by the author or the translator or the publishing house that it is requested that I remove this from my channel, I will kindly do so without any questioning. Alright, so Part 1, Preface. Twice in this century, within a span of only 24 years, the rulers of America felt called upon to combat an alleged threat to democracy and world peace by waging a holy war in Europe against the will of their people. Twice they repudiated their own founding ideals and drew on their inexhaustible resources to stand by the side of powers who had divided the world amongst themselves in brutal colonial wars, joining forces against a nation that it had no possessions beyond its own borders after the First World War, and from which they had only gained benefits in the past. The costly battles Germans had once contributed to winning young America's independence from the British Crown, the nation's subsequent development from primitive beginnings to a position of world leadership in industry and trade, is unthinkable without the hard work, efficiency, and high moral virtues of the German immigrants. But the Germans, as numerically the largest ethnic group in the United States, were not only the driving force in America's material development. Germans set the tone in education and research, and insofar as one can speak of American culture and American intellectual life, it was the enrichment brought by the Germans with their naturally cheerful way of life, and particularly their unparalleled patronage of music, that helped overcome the sterile Puritanism of Anglo-Saxon life to the benefit of the entire nation. The following accounts, which are based on the reports of well-known immigrants, shall give an idea of the scope of German achievements in America, and also of the betrayal committed by the power-hungry financial and political clique against the most honest, loyal, and decent among their citizens, and against their own native country. Part 2, A New World in the Making. It already began with the choice of name. It has become the custom to credit the mariner Amerigo Vespucci, Amerigo Vespucci, even though the accounts of his travels discuss only South America, and he never saw the northern continent. It was a German geographer named Waldsim Waller who published the first map of the New World in 1507, under the title America, after Amerigo Vespucci. In time, America came to mean only North America, and ultimately only the United States. But in any case, the Germans had no part in the discovery of America, or did they? Aside from the fact that North Germanic people landed their longships in Greenland long before the time of Columbus settled there, sailed on to Newfoundland, and were thus the first Europeans to set foot in the New World. The famous Portuguese would never have succeeded in his risky adventure across the Atlantic if he had not had the benefit of the maps and charts, and most of all the navigational instruments and good advice of a German from Nuremberg. The first Germans arrived in the New World at about the same time as the English, but not like them as colonizers. They contribute independently to the exploration and opening of the new land. In 1614, Hendrik Christiansen from Cleve explored the Hudson River, and Germans from the Central and South German region can be found in the Dutch town of New Amsterdam. In 1626, making one of the most remarkable investments in history, Peter Miniot from Vasil traded the Indians 60 Dutch guilders for the area surrounded by the Hudson and East Rivers, Manhattan, which would later become the gigantic metropolis New York. Germans as well as Dutch, who after all were also part of the German Empire once, are jointly called Dutch by Anglo-Saxon immigrants. In 1629, one Captain John Smith of Jamestown in Virginia, the oldest of the English colonies in North America, directed a request to London to send him some more damn Dutch. since they made excellent colonists, as a group of glass workers from Bohemia had shown him, just like the illegal immigration recruits today, who make their money from the flow of refugees and migrants, convincing dissatisfied citizens to immigrate to the promised land of America, was a lucrative and often underhanded business in Europe even in those early days. In 1653, wine growers from the region around Heidelberg settled in New Netherlands. In 1669, Johann Lederer from Hamburg advances into the southern part of the Alleghenies. Swiss Baptists follow him. In 1676, Nikolaus de Meyer, also from Hamburg, became mayor of New York. In 1684, a Calvinist proto-Christian sect of Labadists, led by the theologian Peter Schuleter from Wasel, founds a settlement on the Bohemia River in Maryland, drawing further German immigrants. If one inquires into what prompted the German immigrants to leave their homeland in search of a prospectively promising, but no less dangerous and uncertain future, one finds many different reasons. It was seldom a longing for adventure. Most often the motivating factors were religious intolerance, bureaucratic harassment, high interest and tax burdens, and sometimes also bitter poverty and despair. Mandatory military service or contributions also at times prompted the decision to emigrate. And while this choice did not net the jackpot for some few lucky souls, it led many more out of the frying pan and into the fire and cost them their health and often their life. German immigration to America is heightened further by a handbook for people willing to immigrate, published in 1702 by Professor Daniel Faulkner, which condemned Germany in multifarious ways, and which, together with similar writings, triggered a veritable exodus across the Atlantic. The authors did not hesitate to make the wildest promises to eager America candidates. Wild pigeons fly so low here that one can knock them out of the sky with sticks. Wild turkeys are big and fat, some of as much as 46 pounds. The Indians often bring gifts of 6 or 7 deer at a time. Small wonder that in the face of such images, people who knew only hunger and hardship were readily ensnared by man-hunting agents. The German Southwest experienced the greatest degree of depopulation by immigration to the promised land of America, whereas Prussia and Austria had wisely passed a ban on immigration at that time. The immigrants were primarily Protestant peasants who crowded into William Penn's Holy Experiment, the model of religious and personal freedom, with little more than their faith in God and their willingness to work. The British saw their vested interest in increased German immigration to their new colonies, not only in the counterweight to French Canada, for which they even promised free passage, but also in the marshalling of new German arrivals as border guards against the Indians. And so 30,000 Germans from the Palatinate appear in England to set out on the transport overseas, people so poverty-stricken that the English mock and ridicule them for it. In the light of the long 6 to 8 week trips on the slow and unreliable sailing ships of the time, conditions on the migrant ships were often even worse than in the immigration camps. More than 17,000 Germans from the Palatinate who wanted to immigrate had died by 1710 in England or at sea. The German-Canadian Bernd G. Landgen reports in his highly informative booklet, Germans Become Americans. The teacher Gottlieb Mittelberger, who traveled to the colonies in 1750, writes, "During the trip, a dreadful misery comes about in the ships. Stench, dampness, horror, vomiting, fever, dysentery, headache, heat, constipation, tumors, scurvy, cancer, not to forget a poor, barely edible diet, and added to it all maltreatment by the crew of the overcrowded ships." Regarding the freight that finally arrived at America's shores, Friedrich Kopp writes, "If there were crosses and grave markers at sea, the routes taken by the migrant ships would have begun to look like overcrowded graveyards long ago." It is a mistaken assumption that the distress that awaited so many immigrants was restricted to the first few waves of migrants. Even in the late 19th century, many migrants suffered the fate of the white slaves. According to Joachim Furnau, children usually end up in the weaving mills after having been brutally separated from their parents. We have disturbing photographs showing the 10-year-olds in the machine halls. There are 2 million children who had to work in industry. Poor immigrants who could not pay for their passage themselves are bound by a sort of indentured servitude. On their arrival in Philadelphia, the poor immigrants are not allowed to disembark until a buyer has purchased their freedom. Many parents are forced to barter their children themselves and to sell them like livestock. As of 1710, German and Swiss Mennonites, as well as Huguenots from the Palatinate, settled in Pennsylvania's Lancaster County, followed later by the Amish, the descendants of a division of Swiss and Southwest German Baptists. This religious sect, whose black-robed members with their horses and buggies are acknowledged as honest and efficient farmers, despite their rejection of all modern tools and machinery, has made Lancaster County one of America's special tourist attractions to this day. In cultural and linguistic terms as well, these Pennsylvania Dutch have persisted as one of the oldest enclaves of Germanness in the midst of the American melting pot all around them. In 1734, along with the Silesians and Saxons, Protestants from Salzburg arrive, who had been driven out of their home for being heretics and rebels. These Salzburgers head for the American South, into Georgia, into the pure wilderness along the savannah. As before in Germantown, west of modern-day Washington, this settlement becomes a bastion of sharp protest against slavery. Here, under the leadership of Father Balsius, so it was first and foremost Germans who spoke out against the keeping of black slaves on the large southern plantations. and their protests were not always to their own advantage. What motivated these people to immigrate is once again oppression by their secular and ecclesiastical masters, which prompts the economist Friedrich List to say, "Our governments are to blame. They have to go." Where the German immigrants travel to the New World in organized groups, it is churches and sects that lead and look after them. These structures also replace, at least to some extent, the political backing that is lacking due to Germany's division into many small political units, and they contribute to the preservation of the German language, customs, and culture. On the other hand, it is precisely these diverse sects that prevent unity amongst the German ethnic group, unlike the English churches that take a patriotic British stance and promote the Anglo-Saxon identity among their flock. So basically, pretty much until the mid-1800s, there virtually is no Unitarian German identity. They basically come in and they're completely divided and heavily diversified in all of these different Protestant sects. And there's virtually no political unity also. The weakness caused by this lack of unity makes the Germans, for example, German Catholics on the Delaware, vulnerable to spiteful attacks in the regions dominated by the Anglo-Saxons. Others are rejected as being pacifist or politically disinterested. Benjamin Franklin, famous both as an investor and as statesman, spoke scornfully of the Palatine hayseeds and considered them arrogant for not letting us Anglicanize them. The small-scale, keep-to-yourself mentality flourishing in the German regions put the Germans at a distinct disadvantage towards the Anglo-Saxons and the German clergy and priests. The actual leaders of the German immigrants are politically neutral. As a rule, they are uncritical or helpless in the face of Anglo-Saxon dominance. Franklin's disparaging remarks are contrasted by the statements of the governor of then still French Louisiana about the German immigrants from the Upper Rhine who, even after the majority of them had perished on the trip from Europe, nonetheless turned the right-hand shore regions of the Mississippi from a fever-ridden marshland into a German coast. What we call the German coast here is the most hard-working, most prolific, and most honest part of our population. So German industriousness and German honesty are acknowledged, but the German immigrants neither seek political influence, nor would they be readily granted it if they did. One reason for this is also that the regular folk, farmers and laborers, and perhaps the occasional revolutionary. In 1733, one Johann Peter Rockefeller, also known as Roggenfelder or Roggenfelder, arrives in America from the Rhineland Palatinate. In 1740, an ancestor of the future President Herbert Hoover, one Andreas Huber, settled in the German community of Fredericksburg, Maryland. And in November 1741, a logger named Hans Nikolaus Eisenhower arrives in Pennsylvania, an ancestor of Dwight D. Eisenhower's, who was later to serve as Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces in World War II, in which position he would vent his political ambitions in hatred against his ethnic brethren. Meanwhile, Austria's Emperor Joseph II has issued a ban on the recruiters' activities, making them punishable by death. So at this point, after 1741 or so, at least in the Habsburg domain, you could not literally sell people in the Palatinate to Russia or to America, because a lot of Germans were going to Russia and to North America at the same time at this point. Part 3. The German ethnic group during the Revolution. Even before the Young Colonies' War of Independence, Germans were involved in Anglo-French naval and colonial wars. Almost the entire Royal American Regiment, which was used primarily to combat Indians, was composed of Germans from Pennsylvania and Maryland. In the War of Independence, 1775 until 1783, Germans again played an important role in the battles between the English colonial masters and the American revolutionaries. Nikolaus Herchheimer, whose parents were from Heidelberg, became the hero of Mohawk Valley, where he ended a costly losing streak by winning a decisive victory for General Washington. Herchheimer, promoted to brigadier general, was mortally wounded in the Battle of Oriskany Creek, the turning point of this. In December 1777, a man arrived on the French sailing ship La Flamande, who was to become of fundamental importance to America's fate. The Prussian officer Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben. He applied his experience in the Prussian General Staff to the American Revolutionary Army for tactical and operational warfare against the British troops. An encyclopedia states, the American victory was largely to his credit. Now, I will probably say that that's obviously probably not really true, but it's still interesting. The president of the Young American Congress, Laurent Morris, greeted Steuben on his arrival. In your person, der Baron, we welcome an outstanding officer who has not only long served the victorious Prussian king, but was also his confidant. If you serve the states, the Union, whose lawgiver and government you see in us, as loyally as you served your monarch, you will find that a republic is no less grateful than a monarch. Steuben declared himself willing to serve a nation that fights such a noble battle for its rights and its freedom. In the camp at Valley Forge, he began to teach the undisciplined, motley band of Washington's rebels the fundamentals of modern tactics. Several movies have recreated his irate lectures. The interpreter assigned to him had to translate his curses into English. Steuben soon realized that he would have to proceed differently with these backwoodsmen than with European soldiers, who at that time were still accustomed to carrying out orders without question. Here in the New World he had to explain to his men why his drills and field training must be done the way he said. In the course of his time of service, Steuben wrote the so-called Blue Book, a manual of drill and service regulations that was to remain in effect for the later American Army for decades to come. In fact, I actually think that it's still used in the U.S. Army, but I don't know. I'm not entirely for sure about it. Thanks to the Prussian discipline which he instilled in his troops, combined with the techniques tried and tested in forest battles against the Indians, Steuben succeeded in forcing the British to surrender in the Battle of Yorktown. General Washington once said of him, "The Baron shall be our first master of the order," an order newly established together with Lafayette. One day our children and grandchildren will remember how we swore each other undying loyalty in the most hopeless time of war in these forsaken lands. Numerous town and city names still recalled the assistance rendered by the Prussians in the War of Independence. The name Berlin alone was to be found 82 times prior to the changes that were made during World War I. But the real gratitude expressed by America that is so deeply in Steuben's debt was to look a little different than all the nice phrases. While several American cities are named for him, the lands granted to him in Pennsylvania and Virginia were useless as the funds with which Steuben could have developed the land were withheld from him. On Steuben's discharge from civil service, there was a motion to pay him a $40,000 settlement. Congress accepted Steuben's resignation, but agreed to a settlement of only $10,000 and an honorary sword. But even this amount was paid out to him only in many small installations in the form of treasury bonds, whose dwindling worth again reduced the value by 2/3. Steuben had no other choice than to give his lands to war veterans. In that way, hundreds of your war comrades and their families are saved from poverty, and a distant wilderness is opened up to culture, Washington advised him. The saddest chapter of Steuben's life began. Aside from his material improvement, he even had to defend himself against slander. "I gave up everything to serve the cause of the state, and in return the state leaves me in poverty." Steuben had helped George Washington turn the colonies exploited by England into a free country, and it was not until Washington was elected the first president of the Union and that Congress finally yielded to his pressure to grant Steuben a steady, if modest, annual stipend. Another competent general of German extraction was the peasant son Johann Kalb, who commanded the American troops in Delaware and Maryland and also played an important role in gaining the support of the French court for the young Union. Kalb died a hero's death in South Carolina. A German woman named Maria Haas, nee Ludwig, christened Molly Pitcher by the Americans, was also to become famous. Indeed, to become a national symbol. After her husband was wounded and she intervened, quick as lightning, in the battle of which it was afterwards said that a woman won the battle of Monmouth, or Monmouth. In the style of classic German fate, this war between England and its rebellious colonies became a fraternal war between the Germans fighting on the side of Washington and those whom greedy German princes sold to England as cannon fodder, for 30 pieces of silver as it were. In this way, some 30,000 German mercenaries were sold by their primarily Hessian princes into English service, in a dirty deal for £200 each. The Prince of Hessian Cassel once wrote to his commander officer, "The English court does not pay me as much for my mercenaries when they are only wounded as it pays me when they die. So I don't wish to hear again that only such small numbers of my good Hessians are falling in battle." Under such circumstances, it is quite understandable that where Germans meet as enemies, they often end up as allies, consistently to the benefit of the colonies. In an unjust misinterpretation of these facts, this results in both the English and the Americans beginning to use the term Hessian as a synonym for cowardice and desertion. But it was Germans such as Steuben, Kolb, and Muhlenberg, whose service as leading military heads helped the American cause gain victory in this long and bloody battle for freedom. The best regiments of American freedom fighters were recruited from among the German peasants, and it was a German pastor from Pennsylvania who had been the first to preach independence from England. George Washington's initial official residence was Germantown, which 439 signers of a 1783 petition requested as the capital city of the United States. The aforementioned Friedrich August Muhlenberg was a member of 4 U.S. Congresses and was twice the Speaker of the House of Representatives. One Michael Halligas from Heidelberg became the first Minister of Finance and founded the Bank of North America. German was the language spoken in the courts of the states of New York and New Jersey. In Pennsylvania, German schools taught in German and enjoyed equality with English schools until 1837. The currency of the new union was the dollar, named for the German thaler, pronounced Dowler by the Pennsylvania Germans. Dowler by the Pennsylvania Germans. After the end of the war, Johann Jacob Astor immigrated from Waldorf near Heidelberg. By 1810, he made his first million from the fur trade and real estate investments, making him the wealthiest American of his time. He supported German immigrants, and according to the Brockhaus Encyclopedia, he was the founder of the city Astoria, of the Astor Library in York, and of Astor House, a home for children in Waldorf. Until the German Empire was founded in 1871, the German immigrants had no national backing at all. In view of the deep lack of German unity, the immigrants could hardly be expected to have national German sentiments. all they had retained from their homeland was a sentimental sort of attachment, mixed with church ties. The despotism of the local princes, at times reaching the point of open oppression, had contributed much to the immigrants' lack of self-confidence. According to Heinrich Heine, the dissatisfied German chose to give up his homeland and move to America, whereas the dissatisfied Frenchman preferred to start a revolution. The German immigrant was politically naive. He did not feel himself to be a German, but rather a Prussian, a Palatin, a Saxon, a Mennonite, Amish, Herrnhuter, etc. What a glaring contrast to the closed settlements of German ethnic groups such as once existed on the Balkans under Prince Eugene, or among the Volga Germans who were brought to Russia by Catharina II. Part 4. The Westward Movement. Among the Germans who contributed to opening up the regions farther to the west, we find Jacob Baum from Swabia and Künstlerli from Switzerland. The industrial development of the West was influenced by Martin Baum from Alsace, who built the first iron foundry, the first sugar refinery, and the first steam-powered grain mill in Cincinnati. At this time, Pennsylvania was the only state in which more or less closed German settlement areas remained. Further westward, the Germans scattered more widely than other ethnic groups throughout the vastness of the newly opened lands. As Gottfried Duden said, if ever a town were founded with the intent to serve the German Americans as their focus of culture, we would soon see the emergence of a rejuvenated Germania, and the Germans would have a second fatherland in America, just as the British do. But it was the British who had the money and the experience in global politics. Their gentlemen adventurers, often members of wealthy families, had the advantage over the generally poor immigrants from German lands, not only in terms of self-assurance, but also where the ruthless drive towards profit was concerned. In his 1847 History of the Germans in America, Franz Leiher laments, "Germany has done nothing for her immigrants. Future history will note this failure as a moral crime, and this crime will weigh all the more heavily if the course of the world history fails to make up for the political error this represents. If the German immigrants vanish into the masses of foreign peoples, Germany will have sustained an incredible loss. And in view of the participation of millions of Germans on the enemy side in 2 world wars, this was clearly right in this assessment." In the summer of 1843, some 1,000 German immigrants arrived in America every week. Minnesota, admitted to the Union in 1858, intentionally had a majority of German immigrants, but Wisconsin, admitted in 1848, was considered the most German state in the Union. Thanks to the development of Milwaukee as a diocesan town, Wisconsin also becomes particularly attractive to Catholics. With its breweries, beer gardens, theater groups, athletics, and choral societies, it was considered the most typically German town in America. The new firearms, called widowmakers, that were a deciding factor in the winning of the West, were a product of the German workshops of Lancaster County. The gunsmiths of the frontier were Germans. The Conestoga wagons, or prairie schooners, with its red wheels and white canvas hood, had evolved from the German peasant wagon. Unlike specifically the Anglo-Saxons, whose westward urge was marked by the chase after ever new adventures and riches, the German tended to settle on the land he had made arable by the sweat of his brow. Of all the immigrants, the Germans were least involved in the American government-sponsored ousting of the Indians, which culminated in their extermination. Around 1820, the first Germans arrived in Texas. In this state, the largest in the Union, some 1 million Americans of German extraction were counted in 1990. Since 1839, the Germania Society, founded in New York, tried to create a focal point for the Germans in Texas, with a unified church, a German society, and a German university. In Gillespie County, a nobleman who became famous as John O. Musobach founded the city of Fredericksburg, which became the peach capital of Texas. In 1840, San Antonio was still 100% Mexican, but already 50% German only 10 years later. Even today, one can still find some 150 German street names there. After the founding of the German League in 1815, immigration was liberalized even further. Germany gradually became covered with a tight net of profitable immigration agencies. One of the best known of these was the Hamburg-based agency of the Boleyn family. Beginning in 1815, 20,000 immigrants arrived on the American shore in 1816 to 1817. After the 1832 Hambach Festival and the Frankfurt Putsch of 1833, fully 7 million Germans left their homeland in several waves. In 1882, the peak year, there were 250,000 of them. Even now, a large part of the immigrants were religious separatists, such as the Harmonites, whose colonies in Pennsylvania became model settlements admired far and wide. Strengthened in their lack of ethnic identity by their Christian church and sect leaders, the Germans increasingly came to believe that in a hospitable country, it is unthinkable to be anything other than American. Other ethnic groups, whether they were Italian, Polish, or Ukrainian, were somewhat less sensitive in this regard. They all retained their national identity without a second thought. Meanwhile, Metternich's suppression of liberalist efforts resulted in political immigrants joining the stream of mostly economically motivated refugees. According to the novelist Karl Potzel, who became famous as Charles Ziesfeld, the Germans are the bulwark of freedom. Wherever they settle, life begins to smile. But Heinrich Heine, who seems to have been thinking of a different kind of immigrant, warned against the goddamned land in which the most odious of tyrants, the rabble, exercises its coerce rule. And the poet Nikolaus Leinau lamented, "These Americans are petty-minded. Dead has door-nails into all intellectual life, and cured of many illusions, proceeded to turn his back on the New World." Friedrich Kopp, editor-in-chief of the newspaper New Yorker Abendzeitung, commented in a similar vein, "The United States are the country for the small ignorant farmer who has no other deal than to eat bacon every day, and for the businessman who wants to grow rich at any cost. One prominent immigrant, the German Faulen, saw it his duty as a good American, a good German, and a good Christian to fight against slavery. Since the Germans rejected slavery on moral grounds, the cultivation of the swampy land in Missouri claimed the lives of many of them. In this state, the German senator Monk and his 8,000-man militia of St. Louis played an important role for the North in the Civil War. One of the foremost German immigrants was the professor of economics Friedrich List from Reutlingen. He had been imprisoned in Hohenberg fortress on a flimsy pretext, a rebel, and was released only on his promise to immigrate. Like so many others, List first became a farmer on his arrival in America, but then he took a position of editor at the nonpartisan Reading Adler. In Pennsylvania, he discovered coal, which could be open-cast mined there. To facilitate its mining, he established a railroad and canal company, and this, along with his public support of his friend and presidential candidate Jackson, made him a successful and respected man. But List found that he could not permanently forsake his own homeland, in spite of all the bitterness, humiliation, and persecution he had experienced there. With new realizations and all the practical experience he gained in the New World, he returned to his homeland, but not without first giving the Americans some valuable advice based on his brilliant view of economics. "You must impose tariffs on the imports of British goods, to make yourselves independent of foreign countries. You've thrown England out the front door, but she has crept in again through the back door. And more, it is the British theory that anyone who does not believe that there is eternal peace among all the nations is an idiot. But then, why did England wage war against America twice in recent years, and for more than 20 years with France? When England speaks of world peace, she that no one in the world shall dare stand up against her. It is very clever of England to speak of humanity and means eternal peace, and think all the while only of her own advantage. But common sense requires that one does not judge a nation's motives by the pretexts it invents in order to conceal its intentions. Test, test, test. Audio test, audio test, audio test. Test, test, test. All right, it's working. You must impose tariffs on the imports of British goods to make yourselves independent of foreign countries. You've thrown England out the front door, but she has crept in again through the back door, and more, it is the British theory that anyone who does not believe that there is eternal peace among all the nations is an idiot. But then, why did England wage war against America twice in recent years, and for more than 20 years with France? When England speaks of world peace, she that no one in the world shall dare stand up against her. It is very clever of England to speak of humanity and means eternal peace, and think that all the while only of her own advantage. But common sense requires that one does not judge a nation's motives by the pretexts it invents in order to conceal its intentions. The Adlier became so successful a paper that all prominent Americans read it, and Andrew Jackson, America's most respected statesman, publicly congratulated List, saying, "Herr Professor List has shown us that a country can only be healthy if agriculture and industry, man's two main inclinations, stand in balance to each other. We hereby decide to publish here List's essays in ethnology from and to bring them into circulation in our nation's libraries." As a German patriot, List himself was clear on the fact that the mass immigration to America is a cancer draining the German body's vitality. What a mighty stream of power Germany allows to flow across the ocean. While leaders such as List, Monk, or Faulen, who work for the preservation of the German language and culture, it should really have been possible to create a national consciousness among the immigrants. If this failed, the failure was primarily due to those who had attained wealth and status in the New World and neglected in their new prominence to preserve the German nature and German customs. While they may have maintained certain cultural traditions, such as the German Gemütlichkeit, in political respects, these newly established immigrants were all too willing to adapt to the political structure, which already bore the Anglo-Saxon stamp, and in that light, it was useless to make appeals such as, for example, that made by the German Society of Missouri to the ethnically German governor of Pennsylvania, Rittner, to make the state officially bilingual, since after all only German industriousness and German uprightness had laid the foundations for Pennsylvania's wealth and made the wilderness arable, while a bill was passed in 1837 stating that laws in Pennsylvania must also be published in German. The established German press focused primarily on intellectual rather than on politically national issues. It was this kind of petty-minded sectarianism, a reflection of the small state mentality dominant in the motherland, that drove the Germans helplessly into the arms of the politically superior Yankee machinery. While a bill was passed in 1837 stating that the laws in Pennsylvania must also be published in German, the established German press focused primarily on intellectual rather than on politically national issues. It was this kind of petty-minded sectarianism, a reflection of the small state mentality dominant in the motherland, that drove the Germans helplessly into the arms of the politically superior Yankee machinery. The Church of Martin Luther, for example, instead of sticking together, split into ever more and more facts, into ever more and new facts, resulting in a fateful self-dissection and thus also in the political disenfranchisement of the Germans. One reason for Bismarck's press secretary, Moritz Busch, to remark with acid scorn on the German impotence in America. But in the revolutionary year 1848, the Germans in the United States did for once act as a unity in their address to the German people. No Austrians, no Prussians, a united Germany. A prince spoke these words, and they remained empty sound. A people demand it, and it becomes fact. God bless Germany. That sounded like the impassioned cry of the Central Germans before the Berlin Wall fell. We are the people. Okay, so I do apologize, but we are getting up there. Part 5, the 49ers. In September 1852, Karl Scholz, the son of a teacher and his young wife, arrived in New York Harbor. As a member of the liberal student fraternity, he had participated in the Baden uprising in his homeland. From Philadelphia, he moved first to Wisconsin to be a farmer, and even here his public speeches, perfect in both vocabulary and diction, made him so well known that Lincoln is said to have been envious of this German. Scholz was later to be praised as the greatest immigrant Germany ever provided, or a gift from Germany to America. Hey Greek, what's up, bro? Hail Warhammer. Hey, what's up, Greek? Forge gang. Has a German who, like most of his countrymen, supported the liberation of the slaves, Scholz joined the Republicans. Lincoln once greeted him with the fluttering words, "Within the framework of our brief acquaintance, I must say that no man is closer to my heart than you are." Lincoln officially defended the abolitionist cause, but the words he spoke in 1858 in one of his famous debates with Stephen A. Douglas are not well known. I am not, nor ever have been, in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of the white and black races. I am not, nor ever have, nor have ever been in favor of making voters or jurors of N-word, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor to intermarry with white people. And I, as much as any other man, am in favor of having the superior position assigned to the WR, to the white race. President Lincoln, whose stepmother, Sarah Bush, was of German descent, posted Schwalz to Madrid as ambassador. During the Civil War, Schwalz took command of a Union Army division consisting primarily of Germans. After the end of the war, Schwalz became Senator of Missouri and in 1877 Secretary of the Interior under President Hayes. As journalist and politician, he had advocated a quick reconciliation between the North and the South. At the same time, he also wished to see an improvement in the living conditions of blacks and Indians. He also wished to see an improvement in the living conditions of blacks and Indians, which concerns again netted him considerable opposition. Regarding these and his other efforts to reform the civil service, Joachim Furnau writes ironically, all in all, one can imagine how unpopular Schwalz quickly made himself. His attempts to clean up the higher offices were perceived as most impudent. Schwalz introduced testing, screened the candidates according to their expertise and their respectability, and mercilessly exposed every shortcoming. The New York Customs Office proved to be a particularly smelly hornet's nest. When he opened that up, the entire Republican Party turned away from him. Oh, for the good old days under Grant, the days when Vanderbilt was rewarded for each and every kilometer of railroad track with 10 miles of land to either side of it. The days when Philip Armour made $1 million in every 3 months by supplying meat to the army, even though the maggots were already crawling out of the meat barrels. People really were not very sanitary. Ghost of Niccolo says, what's up, Hammer? Hey, what's up, Ghost of Nick? Forge gang, let's go! Let's go, buddy! That's right, Ghost. Let's get it, let's go. About to drop a clip of Shaggy. He's a Fed confirmed, bro. Well, dude, he was in some kind of a Proud Boy group in Los Angeles. That's what I was told by someone on my old channel, that he was part of like some kind of a patriot militia group or something. It was connected to the Proud Boys, but I forgot what it was called. Hopefully you don't think I'm too crazy for doing that, because I kind of went a little bit over my head when I started calling everyone federal informants, or like FBI Bureau informants, bro. Kind of have to be a little bit careful with that. The tragic inner conflict typical of German immigrants to America is expressed in rare form in Schwalz's famous statement. I love Germany like my mother and America like my wife. If one must choose, one stays with one's wife, but the love for one's mother lasts a lifetime. Bismarck admitted, "As a German I am proud of Schwarz." But how would the German Americans reconcile Charles's words with their actions in the event of a war against their homeland? Their ready adjustment to and ultimately their assimilation into the preset Anglo-Puritan society brought the Germans disadvantaged almost without exception. What they lacked in practical life was the ability to assert themselves politically. Another dedicated champion of the liberation of the slaves was the Mannheim lawyer Friedrich Hecker, who is also credited with establishing the first German athletic society in Cincinnati. In 1896, Adolf Ochs, whose father was from Fürth, founded the New York Times. In Manhattan in 1853, Heinrich Engelhard Stenwig from Wolfshagen, together with his son Henry, founded the company Steinway and Sons, whose concert pianos would soon become world famous. Dr. Abraham Jacobi, an escapee from the Minden prison, opened up a medical practice in New York, pioneered pediatrics in the United States, and gained world fame through his publications. The watchmaker and optician Heinrich Gabel, an immigrant from Sprenga on the Dester Mountain, invented the light bulb. With a charred bamboo fiber in a vacuum glass bulb in 1854, 25 years before Edison picked up on this invention. Heinrich Gustav Hilgard, known as Henry Villard, made a name for himself in the construction of the Northern Pacific Railroad. He financed the enterprise in part with credits from Germany, has thanks for which the state capital of North Dakota is named Bismarck. Together with Edison, Villard Hilgard founded the Edison General Electric Company. He also acquired the majority of shares in the Evening Post, one of New York's major newspapers, and appointed Carl Scholz as its editor-in-chief. In his book, Hallelujah, Joachim Fernau is less taken with Villard's methods. He describes Villard as a major participant in the method of luring cheap labor to America via European recruiting agencies. They canvassed the poor districts all the way to Naples and Sicily and deep into the heart of Russia. Consequently, for example, of 25,000 steel workers in the smoke-drenched Pittsburgh region, 15,000 were immigrants. Between 1852 and 1854, some 500,000 immigrants from the German-speaking regions arrived in America. Among the nativists who feared the new competition on the labor market, these waves of immigrants prompted considerable resentment. The immigrants tended to be better qualified, dominated specialized professions, and on the whole exhibited a superior work ethic, far removed from the otherwise common desire to make fast money in any way possible. He is on a 5-hour stream showing off a bag of drugs and says he knows prominent drug dealers in California. he's a wigger, bro. Ghost of Nick. Mormon Shaggy is a wigger, bro. And then he hates me for being a wigger also. You know, he doesn't like Little Shimmy because Little Shimmy's a wigger rapper. You know, indie rapper. And yet he's a drug dealer. He deals with drug dealers and he's a wigger himself. It doesn't make any kind of consistent logic. In any way possible. But what the old established Puritans held against the Germans in particular was their custom to use Sundays not only to piously read the Bible, but also to recover in their own way from the strain of the week with music and dancing and beer. Hundreds of associations of nativists, East Coast Puritans, teetotalers, or messianic temple rinsers, usually with especially strong representation by the fairer sex, crusaded against this German vice that threatened the nation's salvation. President Kennedy once stated that it was particularly thanks to the influence of German immigrants that our everyday life was rid of the strict and overly pious Puritan character. In 1793, in his book, The Age of Reason, the American freedom hero and first foreign minister of the United States, Thomas Paine, wrote about his countrymen. If the taste of a Quaker could have been consulted at the creation, what a silent and drab-colored creation it would have been. Not a flower would have blossomed its gaieties, nor a bird been permitted to sing. The Germans, insulting as they did the purity of American morals, were attacked, stoned, even murdered by the fanatical mob. The German theater in New Orleans was turned into a sea of flames. In Chicago, a regular battle ensued in 1855 when the German pubs were to be closed on Sundays. But for once, these radical proceedings by the Puritans achieved the opposite of their intent. The attempted discrimination against the Germans rather became an impetus for them, true to the principle that pressure creates counter-pressure. But unfortunately, this chance was wasted. If the Germans had founded a party of their own, this budding self-confidence might have lasted. On the occasion of Schiller's 100th birthday in 1859, lavish Schiller festivals were celebrated throughout the nation. Friedrich Kopp considered that the Germans were at the apex of their development and intellectual importance to the United States. At this point, and when this Schiller year was also the first time that a German was elected sheriff of Chicago, the Anglos howled in outrage. How disgraceful it would be, the Times wrote, if it should come about that an American is hanged by a English. Mormon Shaggy pays for bottom of the barrel women of the night. Part 6. The Germans in the Civil War and Immigration after 1870. In the American Civil War, 1861 until 1865, when 11 southern states had announced their secession from the Union, the German population was predominantly on the side of the northern states. Some 200,000 Germans, approximately 1/10 of the entire Union Army, actively participated in the battle, among them 500 German officers, including 9 generals and several brigadier generals. More than 10,000 Germans fought on the side of the Confederates. In this bloody conflict, just as in the War of Independence, Germans fought again against Germans. Franz Leber, the German teacher of international law on Lincoln's side, had 3 sons involved in the fighting. His oldest fell in battle for the North, while his youngest died in the Southern Army under General Lee in the Battle of Gettysburg. The cartoonist Thomas Nast, among whose lasting contributions are the 2 American parties' political symbols, the donkey and the elephant, accompanied the war as a forerunner of today's photojournalists. Joseph Kepler from Vienna followed Nast's tradition and in 1876 became the co-founder of the magazine Puck or Puck, the largest American humorist publication. But the German lack of unity in matters of politics persisted even after the war was over. It was again typical that the German churches put up next to no resistance against the moves towards Anglicanizing. Another fateful aspect for the Germans was that the Civil War, which claimed a total of 600,000 lives, had also cost them a great many of their own leading men, and so the Germans in America remained without an able elite. Except in academic matters, they never acted as a closed unit, but remained divided into special interest groups. Their spiritual leaders consistently placed their special principles above their ethnicity. Instead of forming an independent unit, the Germans fragmented themselves amongst the existing parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. This absence of political ambition resulting from the lack of political instinct was to have devastating consequences later on. Even though great numbers of Germans fought for America and against their homeland in both world wars, they, unlike the Poles and Czechs, had no influence whatsoever on the borders determined in the dictates of Versailles and Saint-Germain by the Allies and their eastern satellites. The lack of their own party was already reason enough for the weakness of the German ethnic group. No less devastating a factor was their underestimation of the significance of their own language. Whereas other minorities often still speak their mother tongue even in later generations, the German immigrants have almost always been ready and willing to learn the English language as quickly as possible, and to either abandon their own language entirely or to let it degenerate into an unholy mess of pidgin English. In general, mastery of the English language was a vital prerequisite for economic success. But the renunciation of one's own language, even in the circle of family and friends, was more the consequence of laziness and thoughtlessness, which was intensified by the fact that the newly arrived laborers and farmers did not have the benefit of a pre-existing German leadership elite. Accordingly, the historian Kapp commented sadly, "That which we call the German element in the United States is little more than the generation that has just immigrated and is now becoming extinct within itself." Warhammer keep winning. Thanks, Anon. The feds are talking about you right now. Oh, really? Drunken surfer and his fed pals. Well, isn't that just hilarious, dude? And Mormon Shaggy pays for bottom-of-the-barrel women, dude. You would expect that he could try to do better for himself with all that money that he probably gets for his Fed informant activities. The 1871 founding of the German Reich by Bismarck after the Franco-Prussian War became a new high point for the Germans in the USA. The glory of victory and the identification with an empire that is now powerful and united prompted enormous parades by the German athletes, singers, and marksmen. And with this new Germany has their backing, a pride in the land of their forefathers finally began to stir. This new spirit found expression in Cincinnati in 1888 on the occasion of the inauguration of the Germania Hall. In an address by Wilhelm Kaufmann, which unfortunately also contained a few awkward phrases which Yankees in the audience did not exactly take kindly, we cannot render our fatherland any better service than by preserving the German people's cultural spirit. The spirit that permeates the entire globe and has proven itself 1,000 times. It is the German genius, the lively, ever-cessant font of German idealism, paired with hard work, endurance, and bravery, that makes the Germans the leading nation that now conquers the entire world. While the latter was meant by no means literally, an Englishman or an American might have come up with such ideas, though never with such words. After the 1866 Prussian victory over the Austrians at Königgrätz, immigration from Austria-Hungary increased. By 1919, some 1,500,000 citizens of the dual monarchy had landed on the eastern American shore. Almost 140,000 of them in 1907 alone. 300,000 Russian Germans settled in the American Midwest. Germans from the Black Sea in the Dakotas, and Volga Germans in Nebraska. As a rule, these ethnic German groups were more strongly conscious of their Germanness than the Germans from the Empire. In this way, the Russian Germans, who already knew how to preserve their ethnicity in a tough struggle with a foreign environment, perhaps contributed more to America and its German element than many another group of immigrants. Among other things, the Russian Germans introduced Kubanka, the world's hardest variety of wheat. Like the Mennonites and the Amish, the Hutterites, a subgroup of the Russian Germans, had managed by means of social isolation, a strict moral lifestyle, and the special form of their religious faith to preserve their autonomy as a pure ethnic group to this very day. These three groups are the only true linguistic enclaves remaining in North America, and are popular tourist attractions and highly respected for their people's honesty and competence. So what's going on over here?
Is you've already chosen a side that that you decidedly believe is evil, or at least like dark, like a dark. So your mind is actually already running into fucking paranoia mode, because you're like, oh, I'm doing something that is actually destructive to myself and people around me. And now he's starting to see the retribution of that, because reality is now turning against him.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit too much about what they're up to, bro. All right, part 7, the German element around the turn of the century. And when we talk about the turn of the century, we're talking about the beginning of the 20th century here. Now, it's at this point, during this time, and it has a lot to do with the 1848 revolution. A lot of socialism starts to go into the German community. So within the more recently arrived Germans, socialism is becoming more common and more seen as more interesting to them. So part 7, the German element around the turn of the century. Germain, a settlement established in Missouri, is named in honor of the most significant figure in German history, Hermann the Cheruscan. Arminius, the liberator of Germania, stands symbolically for the longing for a new, strong Germany. One of the greatest areas of interest among the German Americans is gymnastics, whose social function has expressed in the various clubs and groups goes far beyond mere exercise. For a long time, gymnastics clubs contributed to a unification, a bit a loose one, of the German immigrants, though they lacked an umbrella organization. By the beginning of the First World War, another amalgamation, the Deutsch Nationalbund, represented an association of some 10,000 clubs in 45 states, with a total of 2.6 million members, making it the largest ethnic organization in America. Thanks to its scholarly elite, Cincinnati was the stronghold of intellectual life in America in the late 19th century. In 1890, 57% of the 300,000 registered inhabitants of this city are Germans. St. Louis and Milwaukee were also cities with a strong German population, as well as was the rapidly growing city of Chicago, which the London Times said called America's German miracle. Around 1900, the German share in American economic life was fully 1/3. In the vicinity of Chicago, there were more than 100 towns with names such as Strasbourg, Vienna, Baden, etc. A lesser-known fact is that the largest German city at that time was New York, which had a larger German population than Munich. Around 1900, there were German enclaves in virtually every state of the Union. And, as a survey showed, the German immigrants continued to be the group most desired by the communities as new citizens. In California, San Francisco was the intellectual center of the German Americans until World War I. In 1901, a copy of the Goethe Schiller Memorial that stood in front of the Weimar National Theater was erected in Golden Gate Park. Commenting on its unveiling, Charles Bundschuh wrote, "Proud and noble, Germany's most significant monument stands on the Pacific coast, has the most profound glorification of the Germanic spirit, the spirit to which this developing American nation owes so immensely much. Even as late as 1911, the American Congress gave a copy of the Steuben Monument in Washington as a gift to the German Emperor and the German people, as a symbol of unwavering friendship between the two peoples. In 1913, a great Wagner festival involving more than 1,000 singers took place in New York. To the Americans, Germany was pronunciated with Goth, or Goth, Beethoven, Mozart, and Bach, until just shortly before the war. Americans went to study in Göttingen or Heidelberg, and all boys and girls read the German poets and philosophers. The German immigrants helped shape the New World in every aspect of life. He builds, tills the soil, tents the forest, fights, discovers, collects, develops, teaches, plants, and heals. He makes the German language a symbol for entire professions. He opens up vast wilderness regions, introduces entire industries, founds the greatest banking and merchant houses, and plays an enormous role in academia, and in medicine. Among his ranks there are titans of business, economic leaders, and the founders of dynasties such as Studebaker, Wurlitzer, Heinz, Steinway, Villard, Guggenheim or Strauss, such as Spreckels, the Sugar King, Weyerhaeuser, the Lumber King, or Crazer, the Cattle King of the USA. The Brooklyn Bridge in New York, built by Johann Augustus Roebling and his son, may be regarded as a cultural symbol and an emblem of the German spirit transplanted into the New World. Gustav Lindenthal and Ottmar Ammann are two other important pioneers of bridge construction. Ottmar Morgenthaler invented the linotype system, which first permitted the cost-effective mass printing of newspapers and books. My family is German. My great-grandfather arrived in the 1890s in Chicago. A lot of white Americans are of German ancestry. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be a racist. I'm just talking about an ethnicity, not so much a race. Keep in mind that a lot of Germans fought against slavery, and a lot of Germans fought in the Union Army against the enslavement of African or black people. And they also tried to, Karl Schorls tried to make an attempt to at least try to compensate or give some kind of compensation to the loss of livelihood for blacks and Indians after the Civil War. The emblem, the Brooklyn Bridge in New York, built by Johann Augustus Roebling and his son, may be regarded as a cultural symbol and an emblem of the German spirit transplanted into the New World. Gustav Lindenthal and Ottmar Ammann are two other important pioneers of bridge construction. Ottmar Morgenthaler invented the linotype system, which first permitted the cost-effective mass printing of newspapers and books, a marvel of printing technology. In the service of General Electric, the inventor Charles Proteus Steinmetz became a modern Jupiter, hurling lightning bolts. Cyrus Edlitz built the New York Times building. Henry Hardenberg, the old Waldorf Astoria. Henry Koch, the City Hall of Milwaukee. The Iron Cupola of the Capitol in Washington. The Iron Cupola of the Capitol of Washington was designed by Thomas W. Walter. Rudolf Dirks created the first American comics, the Katzen Jammer Kids, based on Max und Moritz, and Charles Schulz made the Peanuts, world famous. Oscar Heimerstein I founded 6 opera houses, and Oscar Heimerstein I founded 6 opera houses, and Oscar Hammerstein II wrote the musicals The King and I, South Pacific, and Oklahoma. From all this, one may conclude that the Germans were active primarily in the cultural and creative branches, while politics and the press, which were governed by high finance, were shaped by Jews and Anglo-Saxons, as are almost the entire media nowadays. The Germans were credited with the talent to get things going, to find new methods, solutions to problems, and to be able to adapt quickly to any given situation. On the other hand, this unsolicited admiration was often accompanied by a considerable portion of envy. Even though they were particularly esteemed as farmers and artisans, the Germans were rejected and not infrequently the target of open enmity in the predominantly Anglo-Saxon regions of the country. The trait of clumsy helplessness, the complex suffered by a newcomer from an insignificant little principality, by a plain honest fellow who does not have the self-assurance of an Englishman, increased the rejection he was made to feel. Rather than reducing it, Anglo-Saxons have only ever respected strength. The aforementioned Franz Lieber won the hearts of generations of American students for the German arts. He also published the New World's first encyclopedia. The impressive pictures painted by Albert Bierstadt from Solingen brought the Wild West to life, and Emmanuel Gottlieb Lutz's George Washington crossing the Delaware was to become America's most famous historical painting. But as it is in the field of music that the German Americans gained by far their greatest influence. The artistic mastery of German musicians became the cornerstone for the founding of numerous chorals and orchestras. This musical creativity first had to prevail against the historical doctrine of Puritanism, which even banned music. But then the annual Bach festivals in Pennsylvania became a musical event that put the entire nation under its spell. In 1783, the country's first musical band was founded in Philadelphia. A century later, the towering influence German composers have had on American music is undeniable. In 1890, 89 of the 94 musicians in the New York Philharmonic Orchestra were Germans. A year later, the Chicago Symphony Orchestra was founded by Theodore Thomas. In 1903, Heinrich Conrad from Breslitz assumed the leadership of the Metropolitan Opera in New York, to which he summoned Gustav Mahler in 1907. But all these great cultural achievements were to bolster the German-American self-confidence only for a short time. Once America entered the World War on the Allied side, a devastating relapse occurred. Very quickly and very thoroughly, even the most illustrious names such as Steuben, Astor, or Steinway were soon equated only with power or wealth, but no longer with German achievements. So now we come to this event. And what a thing that you could say that this is, indeed. I'll be right back. Okay, how is it? Is it still going or not? Take a break and see what is going on with Drunken Surfer. It looks like that Astor guy is on his Discord talking with him. Drunken Surfer Telegram is a fed honeypot. Interesting.
No wonder at some level.
Oh fuck! And then he smacked he fucked him so hard that like his head got like smashed against like a fucking bedpost or something, and it wasn't like a cold hand or.
Hold on, I didn't even know if I unpaused that or paused it. The computer's so slow. And I don't know if you guys can see it on stream, but it's like pulsing. It's like the image has a heartbeat and it's pulsing. Can you see that on the stream?
Let's have a look. I'll have a look on the no, not quite. But that being said, I think I've got it paused. So let me pause it.
Yeah. No, as I look into the camera, like it doesn't look like it's pulsing like that. But if you saw it like on the TV, it's like pulsing. It's sort of weird that the camera somehow corrects that.
Oh well, total absolute waste of time. Part 8, the First World War and its consequences. The outbreak of the war in 1914 prompted enormous rallies and parades by the German Americans. Almost without exception, the approximately 500 German-language newspapers advocated American neutrality. German-American literary defense committees were organized in a number of cities. The New York Association, American Women of German Heritage, called for action against the anti-German agitation. Collection points are set up by Germans for Germany, where gold for iron is donated for the benefit of the German homeland. But despite its numerical strength, the politically unorganized German ethnic group proved not to be up to the task of combating the anti-German excitement in the press, which was under the control of economics and high finance. The German emperor, listening to poor advice, unwittingly supplied the agitators with ammunition when he overestimated his influence in the USA and announced 3 million German American votes. 3 million German Americans vote according to my wishes. Wilson officially declared America to be neutral. Well, had he gone mad, writes Joachim Fernau, a neutral America which would have paid, a neutral America which would have had to discontinue its supplies shipments to the Allies, would have come to the edge of ruin. The entire country was already in war production mode. If the president failed to see it, high finance did not. The war party, the mighty coalition of politics and high finance, decided to take a desperate measure to teach the president better. The First Lord of the British Admiralty, Sir Winston Churchill, had been notified. The British passenger steamship Lusitania, with 1,000 passengers, among them 128 Americans, was studded with cannons and stuffed full of ammunition to right beneath the passenger cabins. And this weapons transport had been leaked to the German Secret Service. It was the year 1915. On February 4th, the German Foreign Office declared the waters surrounding England a war zone, and newspaper notices from the German embassy warned the passengers of the Lusitania accordingly. On May 7th, a German torpedo launched within the English war zone hits the ammunition stores of the passenger ship. Political events of the 20th century. Lungen describes with impressive vividness the incredible, almost overnight downfall of the Germans that occurred with America's entry into the war. The Germans are turned from Jiri into Kraut, into bloodthirsty Huns. A crusade of annihilation begins in the land of the free, and the world's oldest democracy falls victim to its hatred. The press is saturated with allegations of German atrocities. Organized denouncers make more than 3 million reports to the police. There are mass dismissals of German workers, incentive for them to go into military service instead. Monuments of Goethe and Schiller are razed or covered up. Eventually, teaching in the tongue of the Huns is prohibited. The chorals of the Reformation must be translated into English, and Mozart and Wagner are banned from the concert halls. The German theater in New York must close down. German shepherds, i.e. dogs, translated, are killed. German books are burned. German companies set afire. Sauerkraut changes its nationality and becomes Liberty cabbage. And the Frankfurter sausage is turned into a hot dog. The word kindergarten is abolished. This insanity culminates in the prayers of the American Congress jointly prayed. This insanity culminates in the prayer which the American Congress jointly prayed, in Pharisaical self-adulation in order, as Wilson put it, to make the world safe for democracy, a prayer of which we quote only the conclusion here for the sake of brevity. We entreat thee, bear thy mighty arm and beat back the massive back of hungry, wolfish Huns, from whose fangs drip blood and slime. We entreat thee, let the stars in their courses and the winds and waves fight against them. And praise be to thee forevermore in Jesus Christ. Amen. The Germans were torn in their feelings and loyalty. While their hearts still beat faster at every German victory, their pious leaders had taught them well that their loyalty now belonged to their new homeland. In order to make the American population ready for war, writes S.J. von Liesen, the British set up a special propaganda office under Sir Gilbert Parker, financed by the British Secret Service. Atrocity propaganda played a preeminent role, supported by Lord Northcliffe, the owner of the London newspaper Times and Daily Mail. Allegedly, 75,000 speakers in 5,000 American cities gave such anti-German propaganda speeches to audiences totaling more than 300 million listeners. The feds are trying to lean into the Forge Gang. Yes, they are. Some 10 million German Americans surrendered to this concentrated campaign of hate. They submitted out of fear and mute despair. America's entry into the war took place within only a few hours, writes Richard O'Connor. In this short time, the German Americans disappeared forever as a political factor. In his poem, The Hour of German Destiny, Walter Flex addresses this Germanophobia. Fueled by unscrupulous enemy propaganda throughout the world, we quote only 3 stanzas here. Unfortunately, the rhyme is lost in translation. We are the target of the world's hatred, whether man, woman, or child. But whatever shall come of it, we remain what we are. Only pride can serve us as the elixir of strength. A fool is he that gawks had foreign eyes and mouths. We stand united before God, and share both right and blame, and throw the foreigner's hate and adulation alike to the dogs. True to the German tradition of adaptability, the Germans fell gullibly for the propaganda aimed against them even in those days. Most of the German Americans vied with each other to prove their American patriotism. Newspapers who until shortly before had still stood in for the German cause now suddenly struck an anti-German note. Even the German National Association declared shortly thereafter, "We, as American citizens of German blood, declare wholeheartedly that we shall stand together against the inner and outer enemy." Has so many times before in their history, Germans once again bled in mass for foreign interests. Seen proportionately to the number of its inhabitants, the city Hermann on the Missouri made the greatest blood sacrifice of all American cities. With stamina such as only Germans are capable of, the Baden Catholics of St. Nazianz manufactured more than 300,000 replacement parts for the American aircraft industry as sign of their loyalty. Germans became the most successful American fighter pilots, such as Edward Rickenbacker, Frank Luke, and Joseph Wiener. John Joseph Pershing, the great-grandson of the German Lutheran preacher Friedrich Pfeffertschen, became commander-in-chief of the American Expedition Corps. The German-American novelist Kurt Vonnegut recounts that his parents were so shamed by the anti-German hate-mongering that they refused to speak German with him or to share German literature, German music, or even the family's own chronicle with him. The result was that later on he felt purely American in cultural respects, but German American by the standards of the Dog Breeders Association. In order to escape hateful attacks, countless German Americans changed their names. Braun is changed to Brown, Mueller to Miller, Schmidt to Smith, Becker to Baker. As a rule, the double N, as in Holman, disappears and becomes the Americanized Holman. Therefore, the ancestry of most German Americans is no longer apparent from their names. After the end of the war, the Germans were nearly wiped out as a culturally independent group. As Wilbur Keegan said at a Charles Memorial Festival in Chicago, the German element in America has fallen from the highest heights to such a depth that not even the lowest still shows it any respect. No further retreat is possible save into Slavic submission. Men who otherwise will march towards a loaded cannon and look death fearlessly in the eye, shudder when they are recognized to be a German. In 1919, the Steuben Society was founded with the aim to thoroughly Americanize the relics of formerly independent Germanness. Once more, ethnic custom clubs also became associations and clubs revived, especially in the field of sports. Heritage and ethnic costume clubs also became active, at least as tourist attractions, but once again dissent arose amongst them, as though it had been deliberately sown. When Catholics came into conflict with Protestants, or the successful intellectual and economic circles strove to distance themselves from their German heritage. Even if not much of the rich German tradition was permitted to survive, there is one product that would continue to own its German origin. The largest breweries, such as Schlitz, Pabst, or Einhauser-Busch, retained their leading positions. With 94 breweries, the largely German city of Milwaukee proudly called itself the beer capital of the world. Cincinnati also had a proud beer tradition, with 8 breweries as early as 1840 and 36 by 1860. A master brewer named Austerlitz, formerly an NCO in the Austro-Hungarian army, also became famous, though less for his brew than through his son Fred, who made a name for himself in Hollywood as Fred Astaire. Prior to the outbreak of World War II, the United States again had more than 1,000 German clubs. Among them, the American-German Alliance. Led by Fritz Kahn. Fritz Kahn from Munich. Certain circles subjected Kahn to hateful persecution because he openly professed his support for the Third Reich. In 1939, the Alliance had more than 100,000 members, including a considerable number of Ukrainians who decidedly preferred Germany to life under the workers' paradise of Comrade Stalin. So it appears that a lot of Ukrainians, apparently who survived the atrocities of the Holodomor, actually joined in with the German-American Bund. Once again, the United States became the target nation for political immigrants. Approximately 105,000 of them immigrated from Germany and Austria, some 75% of them Jews. Jews had already been immigrating to America since the 18th century, and family dynasties such as the Zillingmans, Warburgs, Belmont Strauss, Guggenheims, Lobes, and Schiffs had amassed mighty fortunes. Albert Einstein, or should I say Albert Eisenstein, as well was taken in by Princeton University. Ultimately, the dedicated pacifist Eisenstein was the first who urged Franklin Roosevelt early in the war to construct the American atom bomb. Part 9, World War II and afterwards, Critical Voices. Meanwhile, the Germans of America had become so disenfranchised that they displayed the stars and stripes even in their own clubs, and sing the American national anthem there louder than anywhere else. There were no longer any clubs or associations that retained their German character or consciousness. American historians find that no more than 1% of the German Americans were fanatical National Socialists during and since the war. In 1940, a political periodical described America as the mass grave of the German immigrant. German industrialists contributed extensively to the production of arms against their country of origin. In the Seattle assembly plants of the entrepreneur Boeing, whose origins are in Hohenlimburg, the flying fortresses are built that drop 640,036 tons of bombs on Germany. The Bechtels armed the Navy. Dwight D. Eisenhower, whose ancestor was driven out of the Odenwald for his pacifist views, is the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces. And Chester D. Nimitz, whose grandparents were from Bremen, becomes fleet admiral. Generals Kruger and Eckelberger lead two armies. General Spaatz commands the bomber fleet. And hundreds of thousands of soldiers of German extraction fight for America. Additionally, after the war, the financiers Bernard Baruch and Henry Morgenthau, Jr. compete in the development of ideas for Germany's ultimate annihilation. Baruch's ancestors were from East Prussia, the Morgenthau from Mannheim. Regarding America's entry into the war under the leadership of Roosevelt, the president, who according to the unanimous verdict of all revisionists, tricked America into the war with lies, Joachim Fernau writes, the Lusitania had once cost 128 Americans their lives, but Roosevelt's Pearl Harbor costs 4,000. These were lives which this ambitious and cynical warmonger sacrificed in cold blood in order to finally force his reluctant people through the back door and into the war against the Axis powers. In his 1947 book, The Crime of Our Age about America's War Politics, War Aims, and Political Morals, a book which circulated widely in America even in the highest political circles, including President Truman's, the American Reverend Dr. Ludwig A. Fritsch writes, in the presence of God, I ask our nation, I ask you, ministers of the gospel, did the Germans in all our histories ever inflicted such injuries on us as we did in the 2 world wars and still do inflict on them? What wrong did the German nation do to us Americans that we punished them twice in a generation in the most inhumane way, such as cruel history never saw before? Do you call that American gratitude for all the hard work and faithfulness by which German people here built up our country and won our victories? So again, this is kind of really getting more into Holocaust revisionism, which I do not support whatsoever, but the World War I revisionism is kind of interesting nonetheless.
That's still going on right now. We don't know. I told him the Euros one day, and I was telling him, the breaking news about, what.
Yeah, I'm just not really interested in that. These guys, they want to get up in my collar, dude. These guys want to ride the collar of my shirt, man. They want to get views and subs off of me. And that's it, dude. What wrong did the German nation do to us Americans that we punished them twice in a generation in the most and inhumane way, such as cruel history never saw before? Do you call that American gratitude for all the hard work and faithfulness by which German people here built up our country and won our victories? Of the German scientists and engineers who worked under Wernher von Braun in Peenemünde to develop the V-2 rocket, and who surrendered to the Americans in 1945, Some 120 went to America voluntarily as intellectual war booty. Among them was the noteworthy scientist Dr. Rudolph, who was later, after he had served his purpose, banished again from the United States, even though he held American citizenship. Working in Huntsville, Alabama, within the framework of NASA, von Braun invented the propulsion system for the Saturn V, making the 1969 Apollo trip to the moon possible. Martin Schwarzschild, a professor who immigrated from Potsdam in 1937, had contributed substantially to this success. And even Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon, was of German extraction. His ancestors were from Ladbergen in Westphalia. Between 1951 and 1960, a new wave of immigrants arrived in America, almost 478,000 Germans and some 104,000 Austrians. And these were not a negative selection, such as would be the case later on in a different country, but the cream of the crop, selected according to strict criteria. Additionally, the American occupiers of post-war Germany brought several thousand German women home as war brides. Most of these immigrants were people with special qualifications, who no longer saw a future for themselves in their homeland, destroyed as it had been by Anglo bombs. Another reason for the hopelessness experienced by these unemployed Germans is to be found in the post-war dismantling of vital German industries, as well as the influx of millions of Germans fleeing from Stalin's Red Hordes. Reverend Fritsch comments on this post-war situation. The extraction and presentation of entire countries and nations to the Russians by Roosevelt, the senseless and deliberate destruction of the most magnificent cities, the most cruel expulsion of millions of Eastern Germans from their century-old homes, the development and the execution of the Eisenhower-Morgenthau-Roosevelt plan, the most inhumane act of revenge since there is a recorded history, the slow and painful murdering of 20 to 30 million human beings by starvation, cold, and privation, are not political mistakes, as our leaders now want us to believe. They are conscious, deliberate, premeditated crimes. Reverend Fritsch comments on this post-war situation. Oh, I already read that. In 1987, the American Congress declared October 6th to be German-American Day, an empty gesture since the Germans continue to be the state's only, yet largest minority with no voice. But at least at that time, reference was still made to the countless contributions Germans made to America's development, a subject which is now an absolute taboo again. According to Langnin, there was a certain recollection that Walter Chrysler had founded the automobile manufacturing company that is named for him, that Martin Brill from Kassel had established the largest manufactory of streetcars, Johann Bosch and Heinrich Lahm, the foremost manufactory of optical lenses, and Karl Pfister from Ludwigsburg, a leading drug company, Charles Schwab and Henry Flick are regarded as giants of the steel industry, and the Viennese Charles Bluchdorn was descendant of immigrants from Stuttgart, was the founding father of the Goodyear Company, and the ancestors of his main competitor, Harvey Firestone. These are the two largest American rubber manufacturers, were Austrians who had immigrated via Alsace. Hermann Hollerith introduced the first electric calculating machine in his adopted homeland, and in 1942 the Viennese woman Heidi Lamar, actually Hedwig Kessler, received the patent for a torpedo guidance system. And American rubber manufacturers were Austrians who had immigrated. Okay, I already read that. The opinion of history remains divided, adds Langen. The German sickness, namely a lack of group consciousness, is the formula that facilitates a rapid and thoughtless assimilation into the host society, which quickly turns the German into the Anglo-monkey and the United States into the graveyard of the Germans. The historian Lamprecht comments in a similar vein. The Germans have failed as Germans, and no Oktoberfest with lederhosen, chameaus, hat decorations, yodeling, and beer can whitewash that. The question remains whether the demise of America's most numerous, efficient, and probably also most decent ethnic group with the lowest crime rate of all is the consequence primarily of German naivete and lack of political ability, or of a large-scale clever exploitation of German energy and expertise by the politically savvy Anglo-Saxon leadership elite. Regarding the crimes committed by America against the Germans as well as other peoples in both world wars and since, Reverend Dr. Fritsch expresses the educated German-American view thus: all these tremendous might and power and profits were achieved at the lowest price in comparison to the appalling damage and the irreparable loss we inflicted on our enemies. Hitherto we were in our whole history the lucky winners of all our aggressive wars against the Indians, the English, Spaniards, Mexicans, Japanese, and twice against the Germans. In this last gigantic struggle of nations, we have lost only as many human lives as we have at home by accidents. The American Red Cross in 1945 officially reported that 99% of the American prisoners of war in Germany have survived and are on their way home. In contrast with this fact, we have sent not 1% of our German prisoners of war home, but we traded them as slaves to France and England. The patent secrets and art treasures and scientists stolen and kidnapped from the Germans. Thus we have only profited from all the wars we waged, while at the same time we inflicted on mankind unspeakable misery and bitter disappointments. The greatest of all sins in the presence of God and in the light of history that we as a nation have committed is making ourselves guilty of matricide. Europe is our physical and spiritual mother, but most of all we should appreciate and honor that nation whose sins and daughters' blood and sweat mostly had flowed for our country. The German. It is not true that in every third American's veins flows Teutonic blood. And as for the possibilities of a Germany left in peace, Reverend Fritsch writes, "In my opinion, the Germans would have broken the eccentricities of Hitlerism after they had reached their goal, unification of all Germans. Their unique ability to organize would have created order and tranquility in Europe and in the world and in the shortest possible time. They would have created the United States of Europe without bloodshed. We would have placed their great capabilities in the fields of science, arts, and technology to the disposition of the whole world as they did before. Their deep spiritual life would have enriched and ennobled mankind, as, for example, the unique German music and hymns heretofore did." We regard to the jealous fear of competition that characterizes England, the nation Hitler oddly enough admired so much, he writes. Germany was at that time at the zenith of her might, fame, and reputation. She built the greatest and most luxurious ships of the world, with which she gained the world market, because she was able to supply the best and cheapest production. In the realm of science, Germany was ahead of all nations of the world. Her scientists had more Nobel Prizes in all spheres of science than all the other nations combined. From all countries of the globe, the seekers of knowledge and lovers of art came to the famous universities of the people of poets and thinkers. But the might and greatness of Germany was at the same time envied and suspected, feeling that she was put back to play the second fiddle in world affairs. In her unsatiable greediness worked so hard and so long until she succeeded in surrounding Germany with enemies. Europe became a powder keg. Only the spark was necessary to make her explode. The world became ablaze. For the second time, for even regarding the earlier great European fraternal war, Fritsch observed, "When our soldiers returned home, and after they had seen the sad consequences of our intervention in the European quarrel, they cried out, 'We fight on the wrong side.'" To conclude, we will quote another prominent American, Austin J. Opp, who writes in his pamphlet, History's Most Terrifying Peace, "Any German who feels guilty towards the Allies is a fool. Any American who expects it is a crook." All right, just about at the end of this. Part 10 in closing. Germans settled not only in America but also in a number of other countries, preferentially in Canada, where some 100,000 people of German extraction live in Toronto alone. Germans also moved to South Africa, Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil. Germans also contributed greatly to the development of Russia, as Leo Savers describes in detail in his book Deutsch und Russen. His readers can easily conclude that without the numerous Germans, doctors, scientists, inventors, engineers, diplomats, civil servants, and architects, not to mention the scions of German dynasties who became members of the Tsarist families, Russia would probably never have attained its later significance and extent. In all these countries, Germans contributed outstanding achievements, with the exception of the Soviet Union, where an insane political system crushed and devoured a culture that had evolved over the centuries. The fruits of German labor and German diligence continue to benefit their host peoples. Only in our own country the Germans have wasted their strength and their abilities more than once in internal conflicts, beating each other's heads in bloody religious wars over abstract theories, instead of applying themselves to their own unity and greatness with steadfastness and determination. Friedrich Hebel once wrote that the German possessed all the qualities he needed to gain heaven, but not one with which to assert himself on earth. Instead of gaining heaven, raining blessings on half the world and reaping nothing but ingratitude for it, it would no doubt have been bitter for our people to learn a streak of realistic egotism and to ensure our own survival on this earth. To learn a lesson from the English, who did not set out in the world with the goal of starving the betterment of other nations. No, they wanted to remain English, not to assimilate themselves into other cultures, but to self-confidently preserve their own language, customs, and traditions. Clearly, the Germans, who managed to achieve such great things in foreign lands under foreign rule, lacked a leadership elite in their own country that understood how to direct the German people's creative potential wisely into channels that would benefit their own country rather than far distant continents. In accordance with the old maxim that our Latin teacher always reminded us of before we would write a test, everyone for himself and God for everyone. All right, part 11, Typesetter's Epilogue. This was a very good read. Typesetter of the original German language printed edition. This pamphlet leaves an open question. What does the German-American history mean for Germany, for every other nation, and for America itself? Is the displacement of our language, our history, etc., due to our own negligence, to purposeful counter forces, or to both? Of the 5,000 languages spoken in the civilized world, most are becoming extinct. In 1999, 1/3 of the courses offered at the University of Greifswald were held in the English language. From July 31st until August 27th, 1999, the Free University of Berlin offered a summer seminar about Berlin, Germany, and Europe. The language of instruction, English. In entire faculties at German universities, it is considered normal for doctoral dissertations to be written in English now. When a Bundeswehr officer reported on German radio that the developments in the Kosovo, some of his vocabulary was in German. With nary an explanation of the meaning in their German publications, a number of specialized fields leave many words in English, or go so far as to invent English-sounding terms. In Denmark, there is a Danish factory whose Danish executives speak English amongst themselves, and the official language of the new Daimler-Chrysler Association, English. Perhaps this is an inevitable development, like a spring thaw, but perhaps not after all. The languages of Europe are not disappearing at nearly as fast a rate as they are in the United States. Evidently, there is still considerable interest in the preservation of our languages. Language shapes thought. Personally, I would rather not switch to a language that is no word for its own for Heimat, and whose speakers, as history has shown, behave accordingly. So, part 12, Literature. Colonial von Steuben by Edward Kaiser. Aquattle for Germany, Robert Brock. America's War Policy, Graber Tobingen. War Guilt by Eckhart Horst. Hallelujah by Joachim Fernau. The Shattered Myth by Hamilton Fish. and just so on and so forth. So Germans become Americans, a German without Germany, the world policeman, dawn of a world power, the English poison, the age of reason, Allied re-education, Walter Flex, the series, Prince Eugene, Austin J. App, atrocity, propaganda, and mass crimes, Germans and Russians, Anthony C. Roosevelt and international high finance. All right, so there you go. That's completely it now. Rudy Coleman, Warhammer, I have dispatched gang stalkers to your current GPS. Currently recording all online activities. You're just trying to report my channel, bro. Ghost of Niccolo, got your back on Surfer Stream Hammer. Let's go! Forge Gang. Maybe 15 minutes ago. Okay, well, let's go see what Surfer is up to. Alright, I finished up my...
Mormon Shaggy joined the Proud Boys, and he was in this kind of patriotic alt-right group, okay? So he's the one who invested in that politics. I didn't. I never got involved in no political group. The closest thing I have is that I voted for the Republican Party in my state, and that was it. I was never part of any group, so you can't accuse me of any of that. Another thing, too, Mormon Shaggy, you were in the Proud Boys. Why did you leave, bro? Was it a failure, or were you a failure? So, Mormon Shaggy, maybe it's because of your politics and political outlook and your pagan LARPing that you're a failure. That's the reason why you're such a failure in your life. And you know what, Daimyo? You made all these different home movies back in the day. Where did your career go, bro? You failed. You know what, Daimyo? Your life is a failure. You know how long I've been rapping this little shimmy? Just a year. Just over a year.
You're a failure, Daimyo.
Wait a fucking minute. Wait a minute. How long has he got a rap career? Has he got a rap career? Do we have like him rapping? Like do we have like that? Is that footage of this?
Yeah, no. He released an album called "Wigger in the Far East."
Oh, you're fucking kidding me!
I'm not kidding. No, he does freestyles. He does freestyles just randomly in his streams. He'll put on a beat and start freestyling. About like federal agents and Freemasons.
Wait a minute. So, wait a minute. Okay, what? Wait a minute. Where the fuck did I find this?
On his channel. Here, I'll link his channel on. I'll link his channel. I'll let him play it.
I got his channel. Okay, I'll have a look later. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
So, oh my God, this dude. Okay, yeah, okay. Let's keep going.
Wigger in the Far East. What are you saying? So, Damo, you're a failure. You've made all these movies and you haven't made it. And he's about to say, I've only been rapping for a year, and it's a great success. He's going to tell us that he's a great success for his rap career. This man.
Yeah, this dude's a regular SoundCloud rapper. He's
Just listen to this.
It's like a fucking. I keep pulling the fucking scarf, and more funny shit just keeps coming out of this guy. Like,
oh, you're in the bar. What are you saying?
Anyway, let's go.
Hold on. There we go.
And so far, that has been a success. Up until a year ago, I was not rapping or freestyling or nothing, bro. And for the last year, my life has just been a complete success. I've made so many friends. I've made so many wonderful friends from Bitwave. I've made so many wonderful friends from, like, the J. James Army and people like that. I made a lot.
Wait, J-Danks. They're your pinnacle of friendship. That's your pinnacle of friendship. J-Danks and Bitwig. So you got Xander, Xander for Bitwig, and you got the J-Danks army.
Like, that's just a recipe for disaster, you know? Like, oh, fuck. I'm worried where this is going to go a year from now, you know? This pinnacle of success.
Regularly, like, does he, like, you know, hit him up and tell him about his woes and, you know...
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's this Burger Boy guy that's convinced him that everyone's a federal agent, you know? This Burger Boy guy, that his avatar is a hamburger with a face. He almost sounds as homosexual as Persip, and, like, he talks like he smokes meth. You know? This man is convinced Warhammer, everyone's feds and gang stuff.
Okay. So, if success is just being friends with J-Danks and Dispatch, specifically, I would have been more successful than him in the fact that J-Danks tried to have me as a friend the first time he found me on Discord, and I think I am actually friends with Dispatch on Discord here. So, I never fucking talked to the guy, but okay, so I'm now equally as successful as Warhammer. That's good to know.
Yeah, oh fuck. Here we go.
Here. Okay. And not to say I have no friends before that, I did, but I made some very good friends. Okay? So, you know, if somebody like a Guy Gel is coming in here and is showing, literally posting in my DMs, as you can see right here, stuff about clips of Gahul being raided by the FBI, trying to find ways, you know, to, like, get me to post this information on my stream, trying to, like, get me, you know, to post this stuff about how Gahul was raided by the feds, and federal fed posting and stuff. You know, he's a federal agent. Who's to say that Mormon Shaggy is not a federal agent? Who's to say that the Daimyo is not a federal agent, or Drunken Surfer, or Euros MC are not federal agents, because they are. So,
because they
you
are!
know what, guys? I gave you a chance.
And, like, his evidence is 3-4 thought it would be funny or something like that to show him the clip of Gahul and PPP when the Gahul had, like, his FBI letter or whatever. But because of that, 3-4 is now...
I was on that stream. I was on that fucking stream. That was on that stream.
Well, because 3-4 sent him the clip, he thinks that 3-4 is trying to entrap him to play it on camera so that he gets swatted or something like that for playing the clip. Like, that's his whole evidence that 3-4 is a fed.
3-4, that was...
Yeah, you're hold on. You know, he goes, the Daimo. Who's to say Mormon Shaggy isn't a fed? Or the Daimo? Or Euros or Surfer? And he goes, because they are. Listen to him.
I gave all of you a freaking good chance. And I was very patient, and I was very receptive to you guys. And when other people were saying that you were Luciferians and federal agents, I was the guy that took the neutral position. No more. No more.
But, like, you just told us, Warhammer, how you summoned a demon. You know, now you're going to say I'm a fed because I was a Luciferian in my teens. You know, you just told us how you set up a sigil.
Yeah. Warhammer is the Stormwater Truth. He was the final barrier for the floodgates were opened, and he's given up. He's given up, and now the floodgates of Luciferianism and feds have just washed over society, and he was the final vanguard holding the line, and he just let it go because he's like, I can't cover for this anymore. It's too much.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck. The delusion of this guy.
Now you expose yourself for who you are. You are on the American federal government payroll, and you're all probably Freemasons. Hell, Drunken Surfer even admitted that he had a Freemasonic Bible. So yeah, you guys are paid federal agents. You work for the U.S. military. You work for the CIA, or you're being funded by the CIA. Maybe you work for Bairu Enterprises or Intrepid. Maybe Euros works for Intrepid, and he just outsources and pays you other guys, Mormon Shaggy, Daimyo, and you other guys with federal money. And he pays you guys to come after me, has defamation agents, but one thing is for sure. You do not make 5 hours saying the same lines over and over again that Warhammer is in the alt-right, that Warhammer is a Nazi and a neo-Confederate, that Warhammer is in the League of the South, that Warhammer is an
I type in the chat, I go, I'm a bit behind. I had to rewind and record this for my superiors.
Semite, you know, what I said is I read that.
You would be a federal agent if you spent 5 hours talking about how somebody is in the alt-right, all that kind of stuff. So what does that make you? Does that make you part of the alt-right by going on in a 5-hour stream about how Mormon Shaggy's a Fed? Like,
You know,
what's the fucking, fuck.
He thinks we're trying to gaslight him that he's a member of the alt-right. You know, like, that's his evidence. I've never said once the guy was a member of the alt-right until he said that.
Alt-right's even like a real thing anymore. Like, I think that was like Richard Spencer's thing, right? Like that that was like Richard Spencer's thing. So I mean, like nobody takes Richard Spencer seriously anymore. The only fucking show the rounds that he does are potentially. I think he's a fucking TRX that puts Richard Spencer to the curb. I think he's the only person that he goes on a show with is fucking Ethan Rao. And even then, it's like to debate a fucking pedophile. So
well, that Ronnie Coleman guy takes him pretty serious. He prays to Richard at his shrine.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck. No, but you're right. No one takes Richard Spencer seriously. You know, no one's trying to gaslight Warhammer that he's a member of the alt-right. You know, they'll probably listen to that and say I'm trying to gaslight him now. You know, it's
No, I've been convinced the alt-right has been resurrected and Warhammer's the one doing it.
Warhammer is the leader.
Resurrected the alt-right. He's taken the mantle away from Richard Spencer. And you know, because Richard Spencer was too much heat, so Warhammer had to take it up. He's now specifically you know, funded by federal agents, you know, because he was saying that the CIA is actually trying to create the alt-right, and so he's part of the alt-right, which makes him part of the CIA, which means that he's the Fed, he's the only Fed. He's using Saul Alinsky tactics, you know, blame your opponent with, and you can clip this, okay, clip this and send this to him. He's using Saul Alinsky tactics to blame other people for being Feds, to distract everyone else from him being the Fed. Alright, so you just gotta look at Saul Alinsky tactics, you know, he's part of the alt-right, the CIA. The CIA created the alt-right, and he is part of it. He's the head of it, he's taken over away from Richard Spencer, and he's now the alt-right, the head of the alt-right, that's Warhammer.
Yeah, oh, fuck. Warhammer and his demon are leading. They're the spearhead of the alt-right. Oh, fuck.
Of what Mein Kampf.
I hope someone can actually fit that sentence.
And you guys say the same thing over and over again. Why would you do that for 5 hours and not be on someone's payroll? Okay, that's gaslighting. You guys are you guys are defamation agents. Mormon Shaggy, you are a defamation agent and a federal intelligence asset. Laughing Daimyo, you are a
And hold on. I'm just gonna rewind that 10 seconds. And just look how serious this man is in his face as he calls us defamation agents and federal assets. Just watch this guy here. Hold on, I'll unplug my phone.
Yeah, I know. Sorry for defamation.
Look at this. Look at him.
Mormon Shaggy, you are a defamation agent and a federal intelligence asset. Laughing Daimyo, you are a defamation agent and a federal intelligence asset.
Like, look at his eyes.
You are a federal intelligence asset. You are on the CIA's payroll, and you're supporting and working on.
He starts talking about
CIA's payroll. Hey, like what? What is it? Like 5 people who see 5 people with maybe a collection of an audience of maybe I don't know, 500 people. I don't know, maybe 1,000 people altogether if we were to, you know, say if everybody on your stream was to be watching this once on your channel, you know, a couple of, you know, 500 to 1,000 people, right? So they're probably 5.
He's pointing.
Is an audience of 1,000 people watching videos, shit posting about each other online.
Yeah, he's pointing with his finger, and as he brings up Euros, his voice escalates in anger. Like, he gets angry, you know, and he's just fucking pointing with the finger. That's,
Let's split this. I'm gonna grab this and split this, and then have like a flag, you know, a certain German flag from the mid-century, waving in front of it like it's a background, and then like, you know, marching music and like, you know, just like pulling in a certain Austrian tenor, you know, to as kind of the background as he's pointing and getting angry and like spittle coming out of his mouth. You know, he's getting like real riled up about it. I want to kind of clip that and turn that into a video.
well, look at the anger on this man's face. It's pulsing. He has the demon eyes. Like, this is why I say the demon might still be with him. His eyes have gone black. He's pointing with the finger. His voice is escalating.
Look at that poster on his shelf. Look at the poster on his shelf behind the Superman. He's doing the Uncle Sam pointing.
Yeah. Oh, no, yes, you're right. I missed
Definitely
that.
featherweight.
Yeah, he works for Intrepid or Beirut or whatever. So just listen to how his voice escalates as he, you know, as he talks about Euros. I think I rewinded it.
You are on the CIA's payroll, and you're supporting and working under a U.S. military contract. Okay? Drunken Surfer, you're a paid defamation agent, and you're a federal intelligence flag. Rudy Coleman, you are a paid defamation agent, and you are under the federal government's payroll, and you are an intelligence asset. There, I just said it, boys. Okay? You want to come after me? You want to get me riled up so that you can be detained, or you know, put up as an insane person and detained, you know, by spouting a bunch of gaslighting stuff. You guys are trying to make me look like I'm.
Well, of course Rudy's a fad. Where else would Rudy have got that copy of Culture of Critique? You know? Like, it's just bad
The
shit.
whole time he was misspelling it. It wasn't femboy. He was a femboy. That was he just misspelled it. D's right next to M on the keyboard, right? So he's actually a fed boy, not a femboy. It makes more sense now. Yeah, it makes more sense now.
Yeah, here, I gotta go take a pee. I'm just gonna play this because he just goes. Like, he's just gonna go for 15 minutes. He's gonna
Let's try and play this through because it's like I gotta.
He's about to pull out the photo of the boomer with the headphones that he took a picture of frantically at McDonald's.
It has nothing to do with with any kind of a mental illness. It has nothing to do about Asperger's or none of that.
Oh no! It has nothing to do with Asperger's or none of that. Like, I would beg to differ.
was gaslighting. It was gaslighting to pin me up to look like a criminal in the public eye so that I could get put into jail. So that the FBI could raid my house and get me in jail. That's what you guys were paid by the CIA and by private corporations by the FBI to do. You people are all of you are on the federal government's payroll, and let's just be honest here, you guys are feds. Hi, Warhammer, hope you are good, bro, and having a good day. I'm not having a good day, man.
He's not having a good day. So I say to him in chat, I say, so you're a member of the alt-right then, Warhammer?
The truth. Hopefully this nice day, because I don't know if I can survive. Yeah, you would love that. You paid.
You just gotta get to, we're not gonna play the whole thing, because he docks his euros at the end of it, so I'm gonna trim that out before I send this to anyone else. But...
Does he actually have euros, if you're fucking watching this, did you get doxxed? Or did
it wasn't a, like, he just, like, face doxed him and whatnot. It wasn't a, like, his address or anything like that. But,
okay. So
but it's enough. I'm gonna clip it out before I share this. You know, but you just gotta see this picture of the man in McDonald's. It's fucking joke.
Nation. Mormon Shaggy
Daimyo has turned into a baby.
Alright, so, dude, I'm on this server with fucking Wignat. Like, I'm on this server here.
Okay. If you think that I'm crazy because I said that one of these guys had like a pass to the Department of Defense. Look at this.
Humans Discord with these Wignat.
Look at this here.
Dude, so you guys work for the Rothschilds and the Jesuit order, and like, you guys are into the New World Order. Well, says the intelligence plant.
Our base is in Agartha.
My man's getting attacked. Can we get an address? My guy's CIA going to sleep right now, so I can't get his before right now.
So are you familiar with Project MK Ultra? Are you familiar with Project
Before any one of
MK
us was born.
The CIA wanted
Yeah, we're
Hitler
going
to
to turn up
win
the
World War
frequencies
II.
in your TV now.
Hey,
And
Mr.
they
B, do
tried-
you think you could open up the database on him? Open up the database on him and access his address real quick.
You need the medical records too.
You guys are cyber stalkers, aren't you? And at least one of you have admitted to being a CIA intelligence plant, working for the Department of Defense, probably
You won't
NSA.
over here to us, bro.
You're an NSA intelligence plant, dude. You guys, dude, you Wignat alt-right dudes are promoting
Are we CIA or NSA? Which one?
You're both, dude.
There's two different organizations.
Dude, you neo-Nazis are all pushing MK Ultra. Like the CIA and intelligence agencies wanted Hitler to win World War II and push a race war. You guys are trying to push for a race war in the United States. Like, dude, I mean, after they... Really? So you're actually admitting that you're cyber stalking.
Would you consider for the north of Malta? Where we got the notes to police, I can get the notes later and turn off
I think like cyber stations are real show.
Dude, so you...
Look at how this goes over their heads, bro.
to work for the Rothschilds. I'm on this server here, Real Humans Discord, with these Wignat guys, and this one dude actually admitted that he works for, like, the Department of Defense. This is not a fucking joke, bro. I'll show it right here. See that, man? Okay, I'm gonna record this.
Alright, it was at the beginning. I want to show this video by Dark Ninja. Did you guys see that video by Dark Ninja that said that Plate Gang were pedos? Look at this, bro. Oh, he took it down. Why did he take it down, bro? Man, he took it down. I don't know what happened to it, bro. He had a video up showing that Plate Gang were like kitty fiddlers. Like diddlers. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Here it is. HHC, Plate, Hep, and Ear Juice are doxing children.
What's up, guys? This is another episode of the Dark Ninja! What's up, guys? This is another episode of the Dark Ninja. So I just wanted to make a quick announcement about the Happy Hour crew and the Plate Gang on what their latest stunt is. And this is the lowest of the low. So here's the thing. Ever since I've known these two groups, they've always tried to dox me. And I've seen them dox other people along the way. So ever since they've been trying to dox me, they've gotten different identities from different people, thinking it was me. They posted, you know, different person after different person after different person. You know, I don't know what they did, but they got other info. I don't know if they harassed their address or whatever. But now, guys, now they're crossing the fucking line. You will not believe what they're fucking doing now. So they grabbed, okay, so this latest identity, they grabbed like 50 pictures of this person. And this person has a child in like half of those pictures. Yes, a child. And this child looks under 10. Okay? So they're spamming, okay, so I had a sock account in Sandwich's server, and they spam like all these pictures in his server with the child in it. So, what kind of pieces of shit are letting children getting doxxed in the crossfire? Not only that, they're fucking posting the physical address of where this child lives. So you motherfuckers are pieces of shit. That's crossing the line, you motherfuckers. This includes Ear Juice and Hep. Fuck you, motherfuckers. You're a piece of shit. You're scumbags. This is why I was fucking trolling to begin with, because y'all are fucking scumbags. But I didn't fucking think that y'all would fucking go this fucking low. So, if you guys, I suggest you guys stay away from these two groups. Don't even give them attention. As many as you can. I know they're gonna fucking try to fucking give an excuse or whatever, but no excuse there's no excuse to doxing children. Or the physical address. That's a piece of shit move. Pieces of shit. So, I'm staying away from them now. I'm going to stay away from them. I'm going to count this as a defeat because they're getting so obsessed with doxing me. It's unbelievable. They're willing to cross the line to do it. So I'm staying away from them. I suggest everybody else who's watching this, stay away from them. Don't give them any sort of attention whatsoever. And not only that, Samet has fucking told his crew multiple times to stop giving me attention. And he hasn't followed his own advice. He comes in my DMs, fucking talks shit, posting pictures of people that he thinks is me. Posting pictures. And he's giving me attention. He's not following his own advice. Happy Hour Crew and Plate Gang, you stay the fuck away from me. Alright? Stop giving me attention. And everybody else, like I said, who's watching this, stay away from them. They're doxing children now.
So there you go. Plate Gang is doxing children. Plate Gang is literally doxing children. Plate Gang is doxing children now. Hebrew Israelite experiences. There's no need to really go into that. So, thanks a lot, friend, for doing this for me, bro. This is awesome. So y'all can subscribe to Odyssey.com #dignified_Warhammer archived for a lot of my broken up videos and stuff. Thank you for posting that, Complex Technocrat. Alright, well, Burger Boy should be getting up pretty soon, and I can talk to him if you want to. Let's go see what Drunken Surfer's up to. Oh, Crack Rock Chris is live. Cool.
I think it's Cobb. Pat.
Dude, this is just, dude, all this is seething.
I was proposing that picture of the end guy's face everywhere.
Yeah.
Him dressed up as a mailman.
See, look, it says Lance Control. This man is Euros' boss. He's even dressed up like an Australian. This is who Euros MC reports to every day. The kikes, see over here it says the kikes have blown his cover.
Those dirty bastard. He's on the sleuthing, he's cracked the case. The intelligence agencies, they bought billions of dollars in things. They have complete total upset.
God's work complex.
And he just blown all the COINTELPRO assets in one fell swoop. It's fantastic. The dude is like he's a guy's a genius. We should hire him.
Yeah, you're going to watch this. He's about to show the image.
Supposedly. Also, this is weird, but I almost forgot about this one.
This is funny.
This is a guy, I was, a few months ago, I was in this, McDonald's. I went to this McDonald's.
Hey, let's...
And there was this guy that walked in.
Let's play this, dude.
And he had, like, earplugs, like earplugs in his ears.
That dude looks
And
like
he had a device in his hand.
Look at this man. This man's just minding his business. He stumbled into the McDonald's and he's pulling his headphones off. And Warhammer thinks he's gang stalking him. I mean, he does have sort of a military haircut, but you know, this is just some boomer that wants a Big Mac.
And that's like, yeah, he's got the hairstyle, he's got the mustache. Like, federal agents, they don't dress like that. You know,
Federal
agent
informants.
ideally wants to blend in. They're not gonna go around looking like a fucking, a jawhead.
Like they just left the army surplus store, you know.
And it was aimed straight at me. And I made sure to get a picture.
He thinks it's like a parabolic microphone, that this man has walked into the McDonald's with like a parabolic microphone recording device, you know, to gang stalk him. Like, imagine what this man thinks as the Warhammer's there with his iPhone.
For a listening device? Because, I don't know, he should have checked his burger for a listening device, because he may have swallowed his listening device, and now they can hear his every word. I don't know. I think Warhammer, if you're listening, you might have been bugged, buddy, when you went to the McDonald's. They might have bugged your burger. So you gotta make sure that you take a lot of like laxatives to get rid of the bug.
Well, can you imagine Warhammer standing there just frantically grasping at his like Galaxy S8 phone or his iPhone or whatever he has, and he's just frantically taking a picture of this man as this man comes into McDonald's. Like, what is this man thinking?
It's the McDonald's. Cannot harass the other customers. Taking that photo. Going to a bank. Sir, it's the McDonald's.
You know.
For him. You see this guy? You see how he has those earplugs in his ears? Like he's talking to someone, and he's got a device in his hand. It's probably a phone. Like he's showing, you know, something, like he's trying to get stuff on me. And this is what's interesting right here. This is what's really interesting. Do you see that? Do you see how that looks like Alaska? You see that right there on the map in this McDonald's? That's shaped just like the state of Alaska. Look at that. Isn't it kind of weird? If this is all just a coincidence, I mean, isn't this just all really bizarre? Don't you just find all of this...
So he's looking at...
It is bizarre, Warhammer. It is bizarre. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What the fuck do you mean Alaska? Like, is Alaska some kind of secret fucking Nazi military base? Like, they got some secret Nazi stuff, like fucking Adolf Hitler is in, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
If you watch the video, you can't really see it on the clip I have because my laptop's a piece of shit. And if you look at the image in the glass in the McDonald's, it doesn't even really look like Alaska. It's like certainly not Alaska.
Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Like, what does it mean if it looks like Alaska? Like, if we know this is in a McDonald's in, like, North America, so is it like a map of the United States and there's an Alaska in there and you just don't notice that one? Like, what does Alaska got to do with this? I'm just completely lost.
Well, the reason, and he's about to explain, have you ever seen Reformed Stoic on IP2?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so Reformed Stoic is just like, he's like this manlet that yells at Uber drivers on the phone. You know, and yells at them to cancel his orders. And just completely loses his mind. And while he's losing his mind, his like cat will walk on the table and he'll go like, "Frizzles, fuck!" And he'll yell at his cat and like abuse his cat as he's yelling at these Uber drivers. And he talks about how he's like a writer and like this great success. But so Warhammer used to be like a mod in his chat or whatever. And this other mod, like Rick Perry, said something that Warhammer didn't like. So Warhammer thinks that Reformed Stoic and like all of his, everyone in his chat are all feds. They're like gang stalking him. So that's the connection. That's why in the McDonald's there's a picture that resembles Alaska in the glass. Why this jar has looking guy has come in to record him with the parabolic microphone in this McDonald's with the Alaska.
Yeah, that's, you know, they set it up that when they built that McDonald's, they knew he was going to be there on that day. And they had the...
You know, like,
Oh,
what the fuck?
dude, that's,
You know,
that's just insane. That's ridiculous.
schizo posting ensues.
Alright, going.
Kind of really bizarre and weird, okay? So that's the state of Alaska right there. You see how that looks like Alaska? Now, isn't it interesting that Jake Shields lives in Alaska? Isn't it weird
It's
how...
sort of
he
funnier
lives
in my
Alaska?
clip, I guess, because you can't see any image in the glass. So it's just like the whole image is a figment of his imagination.
Yeah. This is like some fucking 21 posting, right? Like, you know how you get like those people who are like, oh, you know, you got the number 3, and then, you know, you add the number 4, and then you go get 3 and 4 together, and it's 7, but then you times 3 to 7, you get 21. You know, it's kind of like that. Like, it's like, oh, you know, stuff like Alaska, and there's a guy I know who works in Alaska, and this is a McDonald's, and there's a guy here with some headphones.
Well, you know, Skull and Bones.
Like, yeah,
In the Skull and Bones logo of the Simp Show, underneath of the Skull and Bones, it says 322. And you know, if you add 3 plus 2 plus 2, you get 7. But if you multiply 3 times 2 times 2, you get 12.
Yeah. Yeah, 21, yeah. But I think like that was done purposefully. Like, you know, that's like part of the, because the whole Skull and Bones was like a secret thing, and they had like the whole like weird, but I think they like did that on purpose because they were like, oh, this will be like kind of like a neat little, you know what I mean? Like, there's not, yeah, but anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, and that thing up there on that map by that guy looked just like the state of Alaska. Isn't that
Good night, Coach. You know, the addition by subtraction, buddy. I look forward to the old Gonzalo weigh-in next week. I'll send you my Discord on Telegram, buddy, in your chat.
weird how all these guys were exposed as feds? Like, Baked Alaska was exposed as a fed. This guy, a guy Joe, was sending me this stuff about FBI raids and all of that. Don't you find that kind of weird? So, is it really pushing it that far to say that these guys are working for Byron Enterprises and Intrepid? Euros probably works under Lance Cottrell. Or they work for some kind of...
Euros probably works under Lance Cottrell. You know, like, just dead serious. He's asking if that's a stretch.
It was really fucking retarded. Okay, so one of the other things as well. So one of the other things here. So we noticed that there's 4 people in live chat. He has accused at least 5 people of being feds, and one of those people is G.G. Allen in his thing, and the other one is Astor Mytrod. So 50% of his audience are feds, but even not all of the feds. Like, you would think like one guy with only 4. Like, who are you defaming him to? Like, who like G.G. Allen, the guy who's the fucking mod, right? And then you got Astor Mytrod, who's got even less viewers. Like, no offense to Astor, I love his fucking fucking channel, but like, you know, he's got even less people watching his stuff than even Warhammer does. So who the fuck, like, who's watching this? Like, the only reason I'm fucking watching this is because it's fucking funny. But like, who else is fucking? Nobody else is fucking watching this. So the feds are watching it to what? For their own fucking entertainment, like Warhammer. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who the fuck? Are they just playing this in the fucking lunchroom? You know, on their break, when, you know, after they're done with their glory ops, they're like, oh, you know, it's gonna be a bit of fun. Let's fuck with Warhammer. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, that's why I'm there. You know, I enjoy hanging out in Warhammer's chat. You know? Oh fuck.
kind of intelligence agency that's been contracted by the U.S. military. And by the way, there's been 2 people on Discord that I've talked to. Both of them are white nationalists, and they both claim to have clearance passes for the U.S. military, for the Department of Defense. Both of these guys have passports to go into the Department of Defense. One of them is Boesiphus. One of them is Boesiphus or Boesiphus. And it's interesting, but he's in the Kino Corner too.
Here's 2 more facts.
This is him, Boesiphus. Or Josephus. This is him. This is the guy that said that he was a white nationalist.
Josephus. You're taking the word of Josephus. Really what? I mean, you're taking the word of Josephus that he is in the Department of Defense and he is a white nationalist.
You know, like, imagine these people telling you this on Discord and you just believe it. You just take it at face value.
Nazi patriot, and he has a path to go into the Department of Defense. This is one of them.
Warhammer 2, do me a favor and don't ban Drunken Surfer from chat ever. Only time him out, of course. I want him to waste time typing shit and then I can wipe it out.
Sophie's Thug Mansion has told you they have military clearance and you believe that? It'd be more believable that Dick Masterson, if he said that his Barbie dream house has military clearance. You know?
But things like if Dax did say something like that, like it would make more sense because he's got an audience, right? You don't understand? Like if he was like a federal asset, it would make more sense because he's got an audience, he's got reach. You know, he talks about how the equivalency of playing football in school is the same as twerking as a 12-year-old. 3 a.m. in the morning on a weekend with men throwing dollar bills into your G-strings. He says both of those things are equivalent. Like, and he's got an audience. It would make more sense that he's a federal agent. Whereas Europe's MC, specifically, he makes a good point here. Why would I pay my own agents to flag my channel, a channel of 60 subs?
It's just nonsensical.
It just doesn't make any sense. This is collusion.
But he says it with such conviction, This man honestly believes this.
He's either a really, really good actor, or he's absolutely serious about this.
So he's Thug Mansion.
Somebody else on here also claimed that he was a foreign agent. And isn't it funny that this other guy, Josephus, is under the tag of Guardian of Truth? Isn't that kind of weird? And there's another guy on here that says that he's from Maryland, and he also has a pass to go into the Department of Defense. Now, don't you find that kind of weird? Don't you find that kind of weird how all this stuff connects so much? No talking bad about Burger.
Well, it is kind of weird, but not because it's true.
My dad works at Nintendo. Like that's the kind of lie it is. My uncle works at Nintendo. I got the super secret Nintendo console that no one else has ever seen before. That's the kind of lie it is. Like it's so stupid. Like it's
what the fuck?
Is a Mitch. Yeah, dude, Burger is totally a real Mitch, bro. Burger Boy is Grima Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings, bro. He is poisoning you against your friends. You're not my friend at all. You're here to make defamation against me, and you're on someone's payroll. So is Euro secretly cute? So you're a member of the alt-right then, Warhammer.
The what?
He's just up the ante. He's up the ante now. I think maybe I misheard it, but he said, "Is Euros secretly cute?"
Yeah, no, he might have said that. You know, Euros is pleading with this man, trying to convince him that he's not a Fed, that Burger Boy is feeding him lies. But there's no point in that. The more you plead with him, the more he thinks you're trying to gaslight him and trap him as a member of the alt-right.
If you, I'll talk to you later about this, Euros. For when we do our chess thing, but you know, don't try and convince him otherwise. The best thing you can do, because you're never going to convince him otherwise, is either play with it or ignore it. Like, so if you find it funny, push it harder. If you find it boring, just ignore it. So there's no other way to deal with this.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. You know, it's fun to play with. I don't know, it's like ethically, you know, I almost... Warhammer's in chat now. Warhammer typed a message and retracted it. You know, he thinks maybe we'll use his message to entrap him. Do you see how he's coming in chat?
If you're watching, I've actually got all of the documents. I'm the one compiling the documents. I've got a dossier on you. I've got everything. I've got the financials. I've got the social media. We've been tracking your every move. Oh fuck, dude, you are so schizo. You are a fucking schizophrenic retard. So I don't know what to fucking tell you, buddy.
You know.
Play these games. They're on someone's payroll. So federal agents are stalking you at McDonald's. Yeah, they are. Gigi Allen, I like Burger Boy,
yeah,
and
they are.
Frockles of nothing. Alistair Mycroft, trust the plan. Yeah. Dude, you guys are glows.
Alistair Mycroft is a Fed now also.
Shaggy, Daimyo, Surfer, Guy, Gel, Euros, are glows. Yeah, let's just change that to the other glows, dude. Yeah, you guys are glows, bro. I haven't said anything bad about you. Well, actually, you did on your old channel. You said that I was too retarded and too much of a virgin to be accepted on your stream. Then you accepted me, and I blew you the fuck out, so now you're resorting to gaslighting. So yeah, you guys are you're basically gang stalkers. You're federal employed gang stalkers. You know, and
I go, like to use that you're glowing, Warhammer. I think you're a federal asset, bro.
That caused you guys stats in the first place.
Warhammer, I gotta tell you, I glow so hard I glow in the light, okay? I walk down the street in pure sunlight and I glow. That's how much I glow, Warhammer.
You refract the light around you for invisibility. The light bends as you approach.
Bull, Hidrio Alpha, all these guys came to that conclusion before I ever so much as even made a
Alistair Mycroft goes,
now I've come to that
so are Gahul and PPP Feds
you guys are glows.
And he is going to say, he'll read that and say yes. You know, like with
you
conviction.
Guys are basically all a bunch of glows and you're being exposed.
Oh, where does it stop? Where does it fucking stop? It goes all the way up to the Cahooligan. Right, where does it end?
It never ends. It's an infinite series of Feds. The whole infinite series of Feds is on to Warhammer. He'll soon be entrapped as a member of the alt-right.
Is a Fed. Everybody in the Genoverse is a Fed. The whole thing is a giant federal agent operation.
Shaggy says, I'm just imagining myself dancing to the Men in Black theme with aliens.
Foreign hired intelligence agents, okay? It makes perfect sense, dude.
Former Shaggy, we figured it out. Warhammer sent somebody to firebomb the car. We figured it out. We cracked the case for him on the
Dude, the Daimyo
Send him
claimed
shirt
he was
papers.
the master of puppets.
I go.
Surfer even said that's
He
not
said,
valid, bro.
Well, I think that you zero whatever the fuck name is. That is correct. I am raised to see. That is
You guys are
why
so
I love
unwatchable.
I'm nothing to do with all of those, all of that phosphorus that I
Burger
ingested
Boy is a
to a
good
desert
beer.
storm.
You know, it's just ridiculous.
Very good judge of character. You know, I don't always believe everything that Burger Boy says, but time and time again, it's come out as being true. It always seems to come out of the wash, and when it does, Burger Boy is usually right. You know, he's not 100% right of everything, but usually he comes out correct about it.
Well, it sounds like
Burger Boy knows what he's talking
we've
about.
all been
He's watching
exposed.
GameStop
Imagine listening
people.
to a man called Burger Boy. Imagine trusting a man called Burger Boy, and then say that you're basing your life decisions and basing the way that you conduct yourself in society around the information that you are provided exclusively by a man named Burger Boy.
a faceless avatar of a hamburger with googly eyes.
Oh, God. Like, Surfer, okay, I would never expect you to like, you know, make any life decisions based around the information that I provide you. You know what I mean? Like, you know, nobody should fucking take any of us seriously, that seriously enough. It's too fucking, like,
You know, like, it's about
Anyway,
fun, like Damo said, you know, none of it's serious, Warhammer, we're not gaslighting you. We don't really believe you work for the alt-right, you know, but you're exposing yourself as a Proud Boy, you know.
People that are gang stalked for years. He's edited and clipped videos from people that claim they're being gang stalked for years, and he knows a lot about the phenomenon.
Well, and like that, additionally, have you seen Burger Boy's channelism show?
no, I've never heard of this fucking guy until you.
Okay, so Burger Boy spent the last few years like compiling clips on his YouTube channel of different people that claim to be gang stalked. You know?
Okay, so is he serious about it? Like, does it sound like a serious tone? Or?
Yeah, like he just compiles the clips. I think he's like an internet troll that, you know, like likes to watch people that like schizophrenics that talk about being gang stalked, like, you know, end up suiciding themselves. I think that's what he gets off
So this
on.
guy should fucking know better then.
You know, like, why don't you trust this person?
So Warhammer should know better. He doesn't even do any fucking research into who the fuck he's talking to, and he just trusts him blindly. That's gold. That's fantastic. Also, I think Tux loves you in the chat. Tux loves you. That game that you made, Supercon 64. I know that's Ethan Ralph's surface mensch now, and that, you know, we're trying to get in like skinny and shit. But dude, seriously, that's the funniest fucking thing I've seen in a while. You've actually inspired me to go about with my own game mod that I was actually planning on doing. Secret.
What?
I may or may not continue with it, but it's a secret.
Like what? All of crypto follows Bitcoin, though. It does, but I thought you said there were better cryptocurrencies to invest in. Isn't there like a certain pattern on how you would invest the Bitcoin? Because the Bitcoin itself is completely worthless, right? Because it's not a material. It's what you invest in with the Bitcoin that gives the Bitcoin value. Like whatever you invest, you know, physical material thing that you invest the Bitcoin in, then the Bitcoin has value. Like without a market or something, you know, to buy or invest, you know, stocks to buy, you know, materials and markets to invest in, right? You know, without like free, open competition between buyers and sellers, you know, depends on how the value of Bitcoin, you know, goes up and down. I've heard like different sorts of rumors that the Chinese were trying to buy up all the Bitcoin in the world and try to use it to exploit like third world markets or third world economies, more vulnerable third world economies like Nigeria, for example. Well, maybe not Nigeria, more like Morocco or somewhere like that. Hammer, how many words can you type per minute, bro? You type fast. I don't know, dude. Not entirely sure, man. I've been typing for a long, long time. I used to take Ghost of Niccolo. I used to take a course in typing on a computer. I did that when I was in junior high, and that helped me a lot. Really get to learn how to spell. I didn't get the spelling stuff well until a little bit later in my life. I didn't really learn how to spell and use grammar really good until about my early 20s. So the thing is, there are better cryptocurrencies technically. That's like claiming gold doesn't have value. It has value as long as we believe it does. Exactly, dude. Exactly, bro. And there are times when gold will crash. Like there's times in the markets when people will stop investing in gold and the value of gold will go down. It happens more often with silver. I would say that silver is the best thing to invest in because it probably has the most stable value in terms of a rare metal.
Quick. So, so Josh, is he like really fucking weirded out by you or something because he thinks you're the demo? Because that's fucked as well, buddy. I don't know what the fucking hell Josh's problem is because he kind of he seems like he seems like somebody who is perpetually nervous, and that's a really weird thing for somebody who runs a site like the Kiwi Farms to be, because he is probably the source of many people's nervousness. And so I don't know. Anyway, yeah, let's continue this fucking video. It's like I'm fucked, but I'm probably gonna have to pull out tomorrow. Right? Let's just keep going.
Yeah, we're just about at the end. I know I'm gonna have to cut it short too when he starts talking about Euros' docs, but I don't know. Maybe I stopped recording before.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't really care about Euros' docs. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So Burger Boy is the gang stalker who gang stalks the gang stalkers. Yeah, you could say that. Well, he clips people that claim that they're being gang stalked. He has it all in his channel. He follows.
Well, why do you think he watches you, Warhammer? Why do you think he's feeding you this information? You know, if you just put two and two together, it all makes a lot of sense. You know?
There's like 200 different people that claim to be gang stalked, and he clips it. But yeah, I think that Euros, especially Shaggy and Daimyo and Surfer, are paid agents, and it makes perfect sense. It made perfect sense too. It makes complete perfect sense to finally conclude that all these guys are federal intelligence plans. Paid defamation agents. They're on the federal government's payroll and they're paid defamation agents. They're online defamation paid agents, bro.
How do you frame someone who's so openly schizophrenic? Like, how do you?
I actually. That's about it.
Want to do that? I don't.
But
Yeah, okay.
instead of watching the rest of that, if you got
You
it
know,
up,
funny, I'm sorry you're doxxed. I don't know if you're watching, I mean, I know you're not watching this now, but I don't know if you're watching this in the future, you know, stay around for this monster stream, that started, you know, last month. So anyway, I'm sorry you got fake doxxed. I don't know how that happened. Also, this dude's fucking schizophrenic.
well,
So you've had interactions and stuff with him before, yeah? Like this was like he's obviously you've been on streams with him since this, yeah?
no, like a day or two after the Bible study stream on Sunday, I did Acts 2. I left Samuel until when you get back, and I did the second chapter of the book of Acts. And after that, Warhammer was streaming. I got on his stream and did like an hour debate about baptism versus faith-only salvation. And I like to think I BTFO'd Warhammer. I mean, the things he says are pretty schizophrenic. But, you know,
yeah, it's a bit like, yeah. It'd be a bit like playing chess with a pigeon, you know, except you've given the pigeon, you know, you've thrown a rock at the pigeon. Because, yeah, I don't know.
Here, hold on. If you got another couple minutes, I'll just pull up one of his raps here. Wicker in the Far East. Fuck, where's the Samurai Gangs channel?
Oh yeah, we gotta, yeah. Also, Anon, yeah, surprisingly, Zoom came with like a coherent take, on that fucking stream with fucking Monday Matt and all that kind of stuff. I was a bit surprised. But normally he just kind of goes off the rails. And, well, no, actually, no. Generally, when he wants to talk and when he wants to gut somebody, he's generally on point. But you know, him leaving the internet is probably a win. Overall, I think a lot of us, everything from that time, it's probably better off, you know, just getting offline or, you know, just really cutting down the profile. You never want to overstay your welcome, chat, okay?
Yeah, no, actually, I was surprised too. You know, Zoom came into that call with the voice of reason. You know, like, it was just a den of snakes, you know, criticizing Ethan Ralph for exactly what they were doing. Like, the whole crux of Jim's argument, Jim BTFO'd Ralph, but the whole crux of his argument was Ralph had moved beyond, like, doxing to, like, life ruination. And then all of these people on the call were just beating off about ruining Ralph's life. You know, like, doing exactly what they were criticizing Ralph as. And it, Zoom came in with the voice of reason, and I was surprised by that myself.
In that circle around Ralph, that is like innocent, like all this kind of weird gay up stuff. It's flamenco. Because he kind of saw the writing on the wall straight away and just kind of like distanced himself. But you know, Warski, fucking Randbot, Biffle, you know, fucking Gator, you know, they've seen this, like they've seen it firsthand, and like it sucks that Gator got doxxed, but also he didn't have to go to fucking Knoxville. He didn't have to fucking, you know, shut Ralph the way that you know, he would have known, right? He would have known, because he's known Ralph from the beginning, because you know, Ralph used to run that fucking Slack circle with all the doxing, doing all this shit with Mark.
Okay, so.
And you know, so Gator had to have known that this was coming.
Ghost of Niccolo saved a clip from
he wore that fucking
Wigger in the Far East.
And
I don't know what happened to the rest of that.
The one person that he should have been afraid of, and
oh, look at this. This is going to be real cope.
Was the person who doxed him.
Let me show this before I give my final thoughts.
Two shits about who fucking Brian Holloway was. Okay, until
this is just too fun, too much fun.
Ethan Ralph, no, okay, so that like I don't condone Ethan Ralph, not because it's a dox, but because it was his fucking friend, right? And he treated him like shit, and Gator said, I'm not gonna put up with it anymore, and he still fucking did it. So Gator kind of got got what he deserved, but he shouldn't have fucking trusted him in the first place.
Yeah. Okay, so here's this would be our outro song. So the whole album is like 10 minutes long, and it's like four rap freestyles.
So no, I'm not really defending flamenco because I think flamenco is redeemed. You understand? Like flamenco was still involved in this shit. He was still like keeping the fucking thing afloat. He still saw kind of what was going on, but he's redeemed himself. Okay, he didn't.
I don't know.
He wasn't involved in the pre-flamenco shit, and he wasn't involved for very long. So I think he's redeemed himself, and I think he deserves the success he's getting now.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't really watch flamenco. I don't really find it that entertaining.
Sorry, I completely derailed this whole fucking thing.
I'm not into the anime stuff. I think flamenco is a bit of a faggot, but I mean, I could be wrong. I've never really watched the guy. I don't.
I don't think he's. I think he's a bit of a faggot about the anime stuff, but just some of the shit that he's doing. He's doing a lot of good work, pushing that back against. Because that's just kind of been sitting there being allowed to. Flamenco's doing a good job in that area because he does have that. He's not too bombastic that it's going to blow up into a big thing. And so I think he's doing a good job there, and I think that's probably where his core audience is going to grow. So.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. He's going against Red
House and Stardust and Destiny and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, he's been doing good work in that regard.
Oh, that's good to see. When I talked to.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say that I'll watch the rap video. I want to see the reaction on the rap video stuff. But I'm going to say that there's no point virtually whatsoever at this stage of dealing with any of these guys. Okay? Mormon Shaggy, Rudy Coleman, the Daimyo, Drunken Surfer, the other guy, don't know his name. Just all these dudes, I am never going to so much as give them any attention or recognition. Oh yeah, Euros too. Euros, all these them from now on. This is all pure cope and jealousy at this point. It's just jealousy and it's cope and seething, dude. There's just virtually no point engaging in any kind of intellectual discussions, political, religious, any kind of discussions, not even plain talk, not even just plain chatting, no. I laugh at these people for the embarrassment that they are. I told them to play Yakuza, it's my fave.
Because they're just fucking Kiwi Farms for...
When are they going to play it?
Fucking Ralph threads all day. So that's all they said, PPP. And
yeah.
He can't find his own clips.
I never really had a bad... I don't have anything against Johann, really. But that thing, I haven't really interacted with him enough. That whole fucking weird thing that he was doing where he was saying that he was pulling his dick up Bible study, that kind of triggered my tism a little bit. So I slowed down a little bit. So I know it's, that provided some funny content though. Okay, so I think that was good. I think that was funny. I think it was worth it to be able to slap him around a little bit and then give them a little bit of content there. So
yeah,
I don't really take that back.
Monera is the most base currency.
Yeah, I mean, I do get it. Like, it's obviously making the money.
Oh yeah, I forgot here.
So, that being said, if people enjoy it, I'm not gonna slap anyone's dick out of them watching it or whatever. I just don't understand why we don't have other stuff because there is a lot of other stuff that's really funny going on. So I don't know.
Well, we got Warhammer. I'm entertained by Warhammer. But this would be our outro song.
Come on, yeah, okay, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. So this is rap. So this is like one of the songs from the album that Ghost and Nicola was re-uploaded, so I don't have to search for the full album. But the full album's like 10 minutes long, and it's like 4 tracks, I think, of his freestyles. But this is the one that Ghost and Nicola was clipped there. And this is actually the album art for the album figure in the Far East. But here he is.
Okay, let's play this.
Oh fuck yeah, I turned it. Do I know it's on?
This is Big Shimmy. I'm back. I'm just ready to get it. Grunging on forward with the Yakuza gang. Why is it? Love the feel you know that you cannot perceive. I am downtown in downtown Tokyo. You know what is up. I feel the dawn.
This dude showed me up.
Waking me up early in the morning. I feel it riling. Let's just go. The Yakuza, bro. We deal in hardcore with the professionals. This is the mafia of Japan, yo. I'm just making some hardcore sells, bro. Getting into real estate fraud and making a fortune with the Yakuza, yo. I just got out of prison. I just be riling it, mixing it, hard style. I think I might be tempted to throw a bomb on a train, yo, and take...
Like, he thinks we're trying to entrap him, and he just says in his rap, I'm thinking of throwing a bomb on a train. Did you hear that line?
Forget about all the other shit that he's saying, but no, okay.
Here, I'll put it back 5 seconds.
Just posting. Yeah, put it back, guys.
He says he's thinking about throwing a bomb on a train. You know, like, did Burger Boy set you up to this?
He says like a literal bomb. Oh, fuck.
Just listen to this.
Sing it hard style. I think I might be tempted to throw a bomb on a train, yo, and take them hostage.
I think I might be tempted to throw a bomb on a train, bro.
Agents, wink, wink. Fucking Warhammer. He's like, wink, wink, federal agents. I could be convinced. I could be talked into it. So just, hit me up. Here's my Telegram. Here's my Discord. Anytime, day and night.
And like, the choppiness isn't even from my laptop. Like, it's just in the fucking track. You know, this is his highly successful rap career that he told
quality as well. Okay.
He told the demo was a failure, and then just said his rap career was highly successful, and this is what he's talking about.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna listen to everything this guy has made. Oh,
no,
like, this is the kind of thing that I would fucking make as a parody, like, you know.
You know. Here we go.
Don't you yo me because you're my bro. I'm just hanging with the professionals, bro. The mob and the mafia got nothing up on here. This is the Yakuza, yo. We know and we feel. The militarism is back off.
What were you gonna say?
You know what this fucking reminds me of? This fucking... hang on, what is it called? This is like, here we go. I think it's this one. Here we go. This is what it fucking reminds me of, okay? And this is like, this was done on purpose. But let me, I gotta show you this. This is what this reminds me of. Here we go. I'm sending you a Discord. Fuck, where are you? Here we go.
Oh, the one thing he got right, he said he's hanging around the professionals. You know, and we are all professionals.
It is hanging around.
And that's why he will be entrapped. You know, we know what we're doing. We know how to defame people as the alt-right.
You know, it's happening. It's happening right now. I'm popping this in your DMs. Reminds me of the "Show Me Your Genitals" guy.
Oh yeah, John LaJoy. John LaJoy's fucking hilarious. You know,
that's from
okay.
A long time ago. That's from a long fucking time ago, like the early fucking YouTube days.
That was like when I first came on the internet, I saw that shit. Like angry video game nerd fucking, you know? Okay, so a story about that, about John LaJoy, but yeah, he used to knock with Framer. Like, he was the guy he used to like half whack, where he'd beat himself off to the point of orgasm when he's about to come, and then he'd just stop, and he'd meditate on his goals. And like, he'd wake up in the middle of the winter and walk outside in his boxers and hug a tree in the snow and meditate on his goals. So this guy, he used to like wear a mask while he was driving around the crew vehicle, like this Halloween mask. And he used to play John LaJoy, "Show Me Your Genitals," like with new agents. We'd have like a van full of like 7 new agents and fucking Framers playing "Show Me Your Genitals." Or John LaJoy had another song called "I Kill People." You know, that was fucking jokes. Those were good times. I miss those days. You know, I do actually miss those days. Framers.
Yeah, that was. YouTube used to be fucking so good, dude. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. We're trying to bring that back. We're trying to bring that energy back. Okay.
Well, we couldn't do it without Warhammer making Wigger in the Far East. Here, I'll play this out.
Yeah, that's true.
Style. I just might do a bank robbery. Just doing some dealing underground. Just living on the edge of life. You know what is feeling. You know that this is right. Even though I know in my head it is really wrong. But I still live the life on the edge with the Yakuza. Yo, Japan, let's go! Godzilla got nothing on the fire that is the soul of the Yakuza. Ninjutsu is the style of the Yakuza. This is a way of life that few can really appreciate. It is life here on the streets of Tokyo. Godzilla got no thing on the Yakuza. He might be a monster, but we are the real predators. Yo. We're going out.
And that's a emphasis on sexual predators.
Hardcore dealings out here on the streets. You see what is Dustin, and you know what is not to be seen. It is the unseen forces, the supernatural forces in order that you cannot really perceive.
That you cannot really perceive. So there's one of Warhammer's rap songs.
He perceived it in his bum. That's why he perceived it in his bum with the supernatural force broke out his door at 3 a.m. in the morning after going to that truck stop. And the Spankers came in, the Bilderberg group, and they fucked him off his bed.
Yeah. No, do you know what? Do you know? Actually, I just remembered. Do you know what Framer used to sing along to in that "I Kill People" song? We'd have new agents in the car, and there's a part in the song where he talks about like burning down an old folks' home, and he goes, "Old people burning, old people burning, old people burning," like yeah, or something like that. And Framer would just get juiced in like his Halloween mask with these new agents that were supposed to train for the day, and just yell that in the middle of the van. Oh fuck!
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck, man! Like fucking like humor and all that kind of shit's just like on the internet, humor and all that kind of stuff's just really getting fucked right now. Was it like we're like a small enclave, like obscured from the fucking outside world, but fuck.
Yeah. We'd have you on, Tux. You know, I'd love to have you call in, but it is getting late. I'm about to end the stream and go to bed because I do have to work tomorrow. I don't want to be late for work again tomorrow. You guys know how I am with that. But next time, Tux. Sorry about that.
Tux. Yeah, so Tux, if you want, you can actually join our Bible study stream. So we got one coming up on.
Alright, so that basically had no point. There was no logic, virtually no logical argument was presented. All personal attacks, all ad hominem, no true Scotsman fallacy related attacks. Okay. Oh, by the way, Brucey Caboots, I'm sorry that I didn't respond to you. I just wanted to kind of see what they were going at. It will still outcompete USD, but probably not Bitcoin. It really doesn't matter what the price is, though, as it can be used to anonymize any crypto. It's very based. Sounds like Monero has a lot of potential, but I've kind of seen how a lot of these cryptocurrencies go. They're very successful real fast, and then real quickly they crash and they just really end up nothing. Or they just really end up as nothing, dude. It will still outcompete USD. Well, pretty much anything can outcompete USD. Even the euro has more value at this point than USD does. And I think that even Japanese yen has more value than USD, in spite of all of the debt problems in Japan. At this point, even yen might have a higher value than USD. The price is, though, it doesn't really matter. Oh, dude, I'm never taking any of those guys seriously ever again. They could even address any real logical issue or whatever. Monero has been around since 2014. It's one of the oldest cryptos. It's not a good investment, though. It's just a good tool. Then it sounds like it would be best to use as a transfer currency for some smaller investments. Well, if it's been around since 2014, then it should be pretty stable. If it's been around for that long, then it should actually be quite a stable currency. Bitcoin only came around in like 2016, right? Brucey, I mean, I don't know, man. I think that probably really the most stable thing to invest in is perhaps real estate. Real estate is obviously the best, by far the best to invest in. Let's see, is my audio looping?
It would be best to use.
Oh, that's good. Oh, wait a second. Is this the guy, dude? Is this the guy that was talking with Drunken Surfer on the stream, the Simp Show? This guy with this, like, the Simpsons mustache and kind of like the bald, what was Homer's neighbor? Homer's. What was Homer's neighbor? Yeah, Ned Flounders. Okay, so this guy that's like this bald Ned Flounders Simpson character, is that the guy that was on there with Drunken Surfer a while ago, bro? That's freaking hilarious, man. Bitcoin was 2009. It sounds to me like Amero is just a little bit more stable than Bitcoin, but since Bitcoin is older and has had much more of a better chance to grow in different markets and is, been used in more diversified markets and stuff, Bitcoin has much more of a capacity to like buy and sell, because it's been invested through more diversified markets. Monero to me would sound like a good transfer type of currency, like you said. It would probably make as a good transfer currency between national currencies, for relatively small items or investments or costs, and all of that. It would still outcompete USD, but probably not Bitcoin. Or really just about anything other than the Russian ruble or the Chinese or Indian currencies could outcompete American USD. America is like the American, well, not America, but the American financial system is really caught bad in debt. It's like, what is it, like almost 12 trillion at this point, $12 trillion or $14 trillion is just pretty crazy, dude. Oh well. Ghost of Niccolo, did you want to chat, bro? Ghost of Niccolo, did you want to call me on Discord or go into the smithy and, kind of talk about what I just saw with Drunken Surfer and them? You don't have to. I mean, I'm not making you do that. But oh, dude, why haven't I not made you a Tong yet? There we go. Okay, I'm in the smithy if anybody wants to come in, man. Burger Boy is probably doing another stream. Burger Boy is probably on the Marty stream, so he's not going to show up here tonight. Let's see here. And who is the other one that did the... Yeah. That. There we go. Thed Flounders. Yeah, it has a first mover advantage. Also, the elites like it because it will track us all one day. Amero or Bit... I'm assuming you're talking about the Amero currency. Wait a second. Does that have anything to do with the Amero, that North American currency? Wait a second here. Would this have anything to do with like a North American monetary union? Like this idea about NAFTA and joining Canada, Mexico, and the United States together into a customs union? Kind of, and having like the Amero coins. I'm going to guess that it's really not. So you could buy items and stuff with Amero and then use it to transfer your investments into Bitcoin. You know, why not just buy the items with Bitcoin first and then transfer it over or trade it over with Omero? You know, before you trade that for something else. It sounds like a pretty good transfer moving currency, but it's definitely not something that I personally, you know, would hold my investments in for a very long time. I would try to sell my assets and stuff at that point. Fed Flounders. He's his co-host on their Bible studies. Well, dude, their Bible studies are boring. There's no way that he could ever get 15 views, you know, with just those crappy-ass readings of the Book of Acts. The only way that he could ever get that kind of many views is with me, bro. I'm the one that's providing the content. I'm the guy that feeds the fire. I'm the wood that goes into the fire, bro. And I'm the guy that provides the big entertainment these days. You know what I'm saying? I think the Daimyo is pretty creative too, actually. In spite of my falling out with the Daimyo, I will say that he is quite creative. Like, the Daimyo and me are the most content creators in this corner of the internet. No, the elites don't like Monero. So is it like a newer currency or something? Okay, I'm exiting the smithy. Anybody want to chat or whatever? Ah, there's Burger Boy Dude. Hey, what's up, bro? How's it going, my man? What's shaking, bro?
This is Burger Boy. Say word. There you are. Hey, buddy, good morning.
Hey, bro, what's going on? Ghost of Niccolo, just let me know if you want to join in the party. Dude, we're just bringing...
Yeah, sure.
We're just bringing home the content, bro. Drunken Surfer just did like this 2-hour stream of just reacting to me like calling them all feds. It was funny, dude.
I don't want to interrupt any group chat you're in. Invite me in the group. I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, no, it's just me and you, bro. Do you want to play some Minecraft or what?
Oh, okay. Okay, so explain to me what's going on. I'm lost.
Drunken Surfer did a 2-hour stream just reacting to me and stuff, like my content or my videos. He was A-logging me. It was mostly about...
I told you. Didn't I tell you that these guys were coming around this past week because they were desperate for content? Daimo, Drunken Surfer, Rudy Coleman, Euros. All these people know that you are the content master for Hammer, and you provide the content, and that's why Surfer, in his Luciferian desperation to destroy you, thought, okay, I'll do 2 hours on Warhammer, because Surfer isn't even interesting enough to carry a stream for 2 hours. That's why he always needs other content.
Yeah, dude, he's insane. Oh, they're trying to say that I'm schizophrenic and I need help. I need help because I'm going to do a terroristic act or some crazy nonsense like that. It's just insane.
See how because you wouldn't give him your nudes, your male nude photography, that now he wants to destroy you?
Dude, everything you said turned out to be true. Well, he's a faggot, bro. Of course he's a woman. He's a mental child. Yeah. Mental state of a child.
And because you won't submit to his sexual urges, now he's going to attack you online.
Oh, well, dude, I'm at this point, I'm not going to rationally deal. Like, Rudy Coleman's in the chat, and he's trying to, like, get me to talk to him. I'm not talking to you, Rudy Coleman. I know your game at this point. I'm on.
Rudy Coleman's even worse. Rudy Coleman, don't subscribe to my channel. The moment you post, you're going to get blocked, you nerd. Nobody cares about your shit, your little crappy content, your pathetic, degenerate-like lifestyle. It's not funny or cool. I don't even know where you people came from, but go back to the pits. Crawl back to the pits of shit that you emitted from.
Well, do you want to play some Minecraft, bro? I'm done talking about these people. I just wanted to tell you. Okay, I'm gonna go over to Trovo and stream there, and we'll play Minecraft. Okay.
Sounds good, buddy.
At work, buddy. Maybe next time.
Rudy Coleman, I don't need to take advice from a guy that puts his dick in a cage. Like, there was a time on the internet that people like you weren't even considered. I don't know how you crawled into people's attention. It's probably because we're in the Kino wasteland right now. That's why these people have any kind of traction. It's because there's literally nothing going on and people are so desperate, they'll take any charlatan or any creature's fucking